Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. What is on, my freaks and peeps? Good. Hello, hello, hello. Good Lord, I'm so sorry. I'm running behind very badly. Why am I so zoomed out? What's going on? um, I'm really sorry I'm running late. And also if you can hear it shredding in the background, that's Paul. Also, if you hear banging in the background, that's the washing machine that decided to break this morning. So we're having a bit of a rough time with all this. Let me just get on in here. Let me get in close. Hi Jasper. Hi loading, please wait. Thank you for joining us today. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello Mimi. Hello Mina. Hello Emperor Cable. Hello, hello, hello. I hope I haven't missed everyone. And good morning, everyone. Welcome, 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 welcome. Emperor Cable, redeem drink. Thank you, Emperor Cable. I will drink to that. Not the washer machine banging, it's Lara trapped in the basement. Indeed. Indeed. You're actually on time. I'm really not on time. Good stuff today. Announcement. What's the announcement? Oh, finally got a boyfriend of getting married. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll talk about it. Jasper getting another brain cell. That is big news. Guys, I've got brain cell. I found my head. It was, in fact, up my ass. Anyway, now she kidnapped someone and made them their pet. That is something I would do. I love seeing people guessing what the announcement is. Guys, guess what? More than one announcement. Also, if you hear my phone going off in the background, it's the charger doesn't want to stay in. Does anyone else have that? It's not just a USB-C thing, or is that just a my phone thing? Because, man, I'm really struggling to keep it charged because it just keeps unplugging itself. It's terrible. You finally found the truffle? No. But hopefully today we will. We will get on with Stardew Valley today. I think I should change the category, actually, to just chatting, shouldn't I? Because we are just gonna chat for a minute. Why have I got caps lock on? Okay, we'll change it to that. Oh, it's changed back. Excellent. Okay. Right. Hey peeps, hello Mimi, welcome, 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 welcome. The Demonic Goth Sheep Lady, she is indeed. A record company saw the karaoke and signed you up for a record deal. Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Not even. Not even. What? Damn, that would actually be cool. It would be cool, but it's not what's happened. Not even, guys. You bought a hamster, but you've lost it in the walls of your house. That does sound like something I would do. No, we don't have a pet yet. I love these out-of-pocket theories. Dude, me too. Maybe has escaped containment and is in your walls now. Maybe she's going to be a flesh tuber. No, not yet. That always sounded like a sex toy. It does. She's building suspense. No, I had to go and turn the heating on, go to the bathroom and get my drink. I'm so sorry. It just took me a minute. You got a dog, but it turned out to be a Wendigo and tried to eat you, so you grappled it and ended up being victorious, and now you forced it into submission and make it act like a dog again. Dogs don't look like Wendigos don't look like dogs. They look like naked dogs, but with a human body, don't they? Or am I just thinking of the supernatural ones? It's not the washing machine. Oh yeah, I've got to the bit. It's human pet. Right. So, what should we start with? What announcement should I start with? Where should we start, people? Where should we start? This is big. I'm like really stressed out about this now. This is not good. Shall we start with so we can start with the one that's making me stupid nervous, or we can start with the one that's making me not so nervous. But like they both require a bit of talking about. And some of you will probably know what one of these is about. If you know me personally, you'll know kind of roughly what this is about. I think it's time that I talk about one of these things. Flip a coin. I don't know which one would be what. You're moving? No, I've already moved. I'm still in the place. I haven't moved yet. God, like, fingers crossed I actually still get to stay here, though. You're pregnant? Oh, God. That wouldn't be an announcement that I would be sharing with you guys. I'm just gonna be honest. If it happens like that, I would cry. You wouldn't hear from me for a few months, and then I'd be back like, hey, so shit went down. You don't need to. I don't need to hear it. I'll be a broken sheep. Oh, Mimi, I think, knows what it is. Mina also knows because they both have kind of been told about this. I think it's time I talk about it. I'll talk about the news that's probably not going to be great news to some of you. I'm really sorry. I understand that I might lose voice because of this. But I think it's important to address because going forward, it's kind of going to be important because things are happening and I need to kind of address why I've been so quiet about something going on in the background of the streams, why I've not been very transparent about it. And there are a lot of things. I'm going to be honest though, you can ask a question, but please don't be offended if I don't answer because there are some conversations with regards to what's going on that I really don't want to answer and address, like how this sort of situation came to be and stuff, and more personal details more than anything. So I think it's important that I kind of address the elephant in the room, or the not so elephant in the room, the bloke that lives with me. It's that time, people. We're gonna talk about Paul. He knows that this conversation is coming. He's in the other room. He can probably hear me. Okay. This is really nerve-wracking. Okay. I may have been telling a bit of a fib for the last few months to a year. About my roommate Paul. As many of you know, I moved recently into a townhouse, and I'm living with my best buddy. Yeah, these people know I'm living with my best buddy Paul, who I work with. And the truth is that he's not just my best friend; he's my boyfriend, and has been for quite some time. No. I have no idea. I just met you today. Well, welcome. I'm so sorry to bring you into this like conversation, but she's not single. Damn. Yes. By the way, this does not affect any ships that might be going on behind the scenes. If you guys still want to keep up with that, that's completely fine. No one in this situation is gonna be like offended by that. It's still fine. There's hope. Yeah, you can still like everything. Like, it's not gonna be like, I don't think it's gonna be a huge part of the streams or anything. I don't think it's gonna change anything with that. However, my heart, I know. What? No, wait, no. This goes my plan for a long distance relationship. I'm so sorry. This is really scary. If you guys don't know, when you're a VTuber, you kind of have to keep things like relationships kind of quiet. It's kind of like when you come into it, you need to either address that you're in a relationship or you need to never talk about being in a relationship, which was kind of hard for me because if you didn't know, I was in a relationship with someone else when I started streaming. And that relationship didn't last very long past me starting streaming. Not anything to do with streaming or anything, but it was going into a relationship with Paul. He knew that I streamed, so that was easier kind of to explain, is that, you know, I've got commitments, I can't change those commitments, I need to be honest with those commitments. And we've been very, like, it's been very encouraged. He's been very, very, very supportive of streaming. And, you know, he's the one that kind of, if you guys want to know, like, some days where I don't stream, he's the one that's forcing me to stream because he doesn't want you guys to miss out on, like, streams. And, you know, we've had some really great streams on days that I didn't plan on streaming because Paul made me do it. So Was their name also Paul? No. I don't think I'll ever discuss the previous relationship, partially because I think you guys also might know. Maybe look, you'll still have to change the harem. The harem is still there. Mina's in a relationship. Why? She's part of the harem. How does this work? But yeah, so what are these faces? I love them. Honestly, I don't think you'll lose any viewers over this. I hope not. I would understand if that's something that does happen. Please, really think about the fact if you're not going to watch my content anymore because I have a relationship going on, please maybe reassess how you parasocially interact with content creators. Just please be aware of the fact that if you followed me with some goal to flirt with me, it wasn't ever going to work anyway. And in all honesty, I probably wouldn't have reciprocated because I don't acknowledge that. We've seen that happen before where people have flirted with me in chat and I've not really understood the assignment, you know? And that's just on potentially being autistic. So, but we'll get to that in a second because that's another announcement I've got to make. So, this is big. So it was kind of always gonna happen when I moved was that I was gonna have to talk about the fact that, you know, Paul isn't my roommate, he's my boyfriend, and he has been for quite some time. You guys kind of have heard all about Paul when I've been streaming, and he's been my best friend for a long time, and I love him very dearly. And if you are unsure about who Paul is in reference, if you're very new here, like loading please, basically, a lot of the time I talk about my best buddy Paul. He provides a lot of stuff for the streams. He provides like some weird stuff that we've tried on streams. He's been very kind of in the community. He was my first subscriber. He's my only Amazon Prime subscriber, and he's been a huge supporter of the. I'm in the harem. I thought you were. I thought you were. So I wanted to kind of come on here and talk about the fact that he is like a huge part of this, and there is a good reason for that. And it is time to make a PNG of Paul. We're not making right. Another thing I need to address is Paul is his real name. Please don't try and find us through that, okay? There are a lot of like reasons why I'm having to be very careful about this because there is another big part of this announcement. And guys, I need you to brace yourselves because this is something that I've kind of made very clear is never going to be a thing. And it's that we have a family. Like, not me directly. I'd like to make this very clear that I do not have any biological children, nor will I ever have any biological children. However, the reason we've had to be very careful about talking about streaming, being kind of careful with where we live, our names and stuff, where we are in reference to the rest of Cornwall, the reason we have to be very careful about that is because Paul has children. That is kind of the bottom line of where that conversation is going to end. I will not be discussing their names. I will be kind of trying to avoid references to their ages. But I know some people kind of guessed. I know that some people did because Mimi told me about it once. Some people in chat might have guessed that I had some relation to younger children that were in school because I knew when half terms were and stuff. And that's why. And the reason this is kind of getting talked about now is because we've been in the house for like a couple weeks now, and we're kind of in that position now where the children will be coming to stay. Because if you couldn't tell, the children aren't mine, biologically or legally. I'm not married. So at some point they will be coming here for like weekends and stuff. We will be having them on the bank holidays as well by the looks of it, which means I need to address the fact that occasionally streams are going to be kind of disrupted in terms of timing and stuff, just because I don't really want to have to stream with them in the house. It's just more for their safety and the fact that, you know, I am an 18 plus streamer, and also because I don't really want the kind of situation where the walls aren't very thick in this house. If they're talking to each other outside my office, I don't really want to have the risk of like stuff like that. Just very minute things that could go wrong. You don't want to go wrong. It's all very exciting. Oh, ew, sorry. I'm trying to track down my Jasper up. Mimi, oh, Mimi. Oh my. Looks like we're gonna have the glove throwdown and the challenge of a duel happening in this here household. We support you, Wackx, in every endeavor. Thank you, Emperor Cable. I'm not having children. I would like to stress that Paul has enough children, in my opinion, so he's not getting any more out of me, or any out of me for that example. I'm also not in a position to be motherly. I've kind of always said that I would quite happily take on someone else's children. I will just never birth my own. I like to say that I'm taking on pre-made children. It's more like the Blue Peter, like, here's one I made earlier. You know, getting into a relationship with Paul, I was under no illusions that he had children. I knew of them. I knew of their ages. I knew kind of getting into a relationship with him kind of came with complications. But, you know, they're not really complications. It's not the first time either that I've dated someone with children, but it's the first time I dated someone with children this young. So I, again, am not going to be discussing their ages or anything. I'm not going to be kind of discussing too much because, you know, some of them aren't really like they can't consent to being kind of introduced to the streams, and I'm not going to ask them to be. So please just respect, like, if we avoid questions in future, if you ask stuff on Discord or reference to them or something, please be mindful of the fact that I probably won't talk about it, mostly because I don't have the information to share, and also because I don't think it's fair for me to talk about children that aren't technically mine, if that makes sense. I hope I'm making sense. Oh my god, and there he is. Right, crazy ones are the best. It's okay, maybe we should Paul, fuck off. Right, if you didn't catch that, crazy ones are the best is Paul. Porno, Paul, crazy ones are the best. If you see him in the Discord, that's who that is. Get out my chat. I'm having a really serious conversation right now. But yes, I'm so sorry. This is like something that we've been building up to for a while. There will probably be a point as well that maybe I might have him on the streams. It depends. We're kind of trying to work that out. I just think it would be kind of good for you guys to get to know kind of my life in this. This hasn't come with without complications. I made it very clear when I started streaming I didn't want to kind of talk about the fact that I had a relationship going on. I think that comes from the misconception of like Western VTubers versus like other cultures VTubers kind of comes with different like parasocialisms, and I didn't really know where I stood on that. There's many reasons to that. It's just like a lot of things. Pop new child, no, Mina. No. God, I'm missing chat. But if you are also confused, despite the fact that she's acting like she knew nothing about it, Mina, Mimi, I think that's it actually. Mina and Mimi both knew about Paul, like, pretty much when we first became friends. It was very kind of obvious when we kind of like came about. I'm pretty sure Mina was there when I got with Paul. I think correct me if I'm wrong. So Mina's been there for the journey. Mimi came along a bit later, and then Mimi found out around Christmas, I think, because I sent Mina and Mimi Christmas cards signed by both of us. So that was a fun one to kind of drop the bombshell. But yeah, just because there's a goal doesn't mean you can't score Master Ukwe. What the? Yeah, right, I'm trying to catch up with that. Wow, Paul is living the dream. Is he? I don't think he would look at it like that. But yeah, bring him onto the stream. Eventually, I will understand if people don't want to watch that stream. I might do a questionnaire thing, see if people want to, like, ask. Lol, yeah, we all know there's only one Paul in existence. No, there's more than one Paul. It's just, it's not I'm not going to discuss his last name because it's not very common. I'm just gonna put that out there, so please don't try to dig around or anything. There's 50 million Pauls in the world. Yeah, Paul's a pretty common name. However, his name in combination with the rest of his name is not very common. So that's why, like, I'm referring to it the way I am. Don't worry, Jasper. I only found out because it was a fun challenge between us, and Paul is a very common name. Yeah, Mina found me on Facebook because of Paul, because she knew that I was seeing him and like kind of came onto the chat and was like, wait a second, I know that one. Time to track it. Oh god, it's all very exciting. Is it though? How dare you not dedicate your life to streaming and try to have a life of your own? How selfish of you. I know. How dare I? How fucking dare I? No, it's not just that, like, I've not had the greatest mental health or anything, and it's still hard, like, getting yourself up in the day. Yeah. You will come here and get whooped. Bruh. Remade children. Oh my god, he's here. I'm sorry, Mr. Paul. I didn't think you'd actually turn out that way. Bruh. Boy, you're ruining girl talk. Girl talk, the bamboos. Yeah, I've known for a long time now. You've known pretty much the entirety of the relationship. I'm gonna have to go and get some snack sand. I'll be back. Hope you're not eating sand. Time to drown my sorrows in a cup of tea. Make sure it's Irish. I'm so sorry. Jasper, don't be me. Don't dox yourself. That's why I'm trying to be careful. I also had other info on you. You had my address. She had everything on me. Jasper's real name. Yeah, we're not discussing that. That's another thing I want to talk about. Guys, spoiler alert, Jasper isn't my real name. It's the name that I use in most situations, most like friendships online, which is pretty much the majority of my friendships. I don't really do well with friendships in person. There's a lot of reasons for that. Which means that most people refer to me as Jasper. And before anyone's like, because I've had it before where people are like, is it because of the Twilight character? It's not anything to do with that. It was actually because of the stone, if you know, like the Jasper stone. I changed my hair color quite a lot IRL, so I was like, oh, the Jasper stone. Don't ask. Anyway, Jasper is totally her real name. I might actually like get it joined to my real name one day. I do have a plan with that, but she's a dude IRL. I am indeed. I have the fattest You're telling me Jasper's a dude's name isn't your name? Jasper is actually both a male and a female name. Most people know it as a male name, but Jasperine is a female name. It's the female version of it, and Jasper is just the short of Jasperine. So if you're wondering where that came from, that's what that's from. But I will not be discussing my IRL name ever, if I can help it. Because I hate it, and I think it's boring, and you know what? We all need some excitement in our life, and you guys don't need to know my real name. Carefully, you'll have kids soon. This is another thing, like, I just don't want to, like, I don't want people to kind of come in here and think this is going to change anything, because it's not. Realistically, like, the streams have been going on with a relationship going on in the background pretty much the entirety of me streaming. There hasn't really been a break in me not being in a relationship, if that makes sense. Oh, outside my window. I've never, like, I've had a different relationship when I started streaming, but like, it wasn't kind of too long. There's a lot of like issues. It wasn't like a long time in the separation of my last relationship, getting with Paul. So just, you know, Jasper comes second to Mimi and Peeps. PP size? No, I'm bigger. I have the bigger cock out of the two of us. Mimi, if you'd like to disagree, come fight me. But yeah, no, so I just think that it was time to talk about it. I was going to talk about it last week, but I was like, I've just moved in. I'm still sat on the floor. I have no desk. I was going to wait until I got the desk in to talk about this, but because I already had another big announcement today, I just thought it was like kind of a good time to talk about it. Mostly because if people, like, you know, watch the VOD afterwards, they can kind of get like the reference to the fact that like this is right now, and then, you know, like so on and so forth. You know, you can say they're gonna have a cockfight. We are. So for anyone that kind of knew that, like, obviously with like when I kind of was going like kind of dancing around the topic of the fact that Paul is kind of gonna become my essentially carer, and I didn't want to address it like that. This is why Paul is like the next of kin essentially in terms of like who's gotta like kind of take care of me in the sense of like I can't do things for myself, like I can't manage my bills, I can't take the washing out the washing machine, I can't really wash dishes. That I've improved on. I've done that. I've done it, guys. I've actually managed to wash dishes in the house. I'm so proud of myself. I haven't done it without gloves on, but I'm doing it. I'm so proud of myself. I can't believe it. You know, there's like keeping up like with myself, remembering to eat, shit like that, like not burning food. That's what he's here for. But like it kind of goes both ways, if you know what I mean. So, you know, this is just kind of the conversation that needed to happen. I'm very sorry for anyone that's disappointed by this news. But to be honest, parasocialism is a thing. Please maybe think about that. Kind of going on a hate rampage of me. I will not tolerate anyone also contacting me or Paul about this. Please don't kind of try to get more information about either of us through either of us. It will not happen. Paul knows not to answer any DMs from anyone on Discord just for safety reasons of the server alone. So please just don't try it. Don't try it, Anakin. I have the high ground. Like, don't try and like get any information out of us. It won't go anywhere. And also, please try not to like stuff about the children. That's just not going to be something that happens. That's not going to be something that we talked about. I will also not be including the children on any streams. They will not be a part of the streams. I at most might be streaming while they're in the house. That might just be a conflict, a timing conflict. I can't really help that. You know, kids get sick and stuff. I don't know what's going to happen. It's just one of those things. But if it does, please respect our privacy in this matter. It's not something I really want to discuss. It's not something up for discussion. End of conversation, you know? But like, genuinely, like, things happen. I'm not going to sit here and say, well, this will never happen, because I don't know. But realistically, the children are underage. Therefore, they will not be a part of these streams. I will not be including them in the streams. There will never be a questionnaire in regards to them or any of their details. So please, 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 in future, if there is ever a Q&A or anything, please don't ask anything. It will just not be answered. And I will probably contact you privately to kind of address that will never be something that will be answered, so on and so forth. Terms and conditions apply, you know, just the way it goes, you know. Anyway, but that being said, Paul might come on to join me on stream just to talk about things, so that might just be something that happens. It's not going to be something that happens today. I'm not dropping that on you guys. Paul Giga Chat, welcome, Mono. Don't, guys, stop blowing up his ego. I swear to God, he doesn't need it. I want to talk to him and tease him. Have you ever, like, I know, Mina, you've talked to my mom, so I don't know if I've ever had you in the call when I've had Paul around. There's been times as well. He has been there while I've been streaming before. Like, I think on my 1 year anniversary, I kind of said that someone came into the room. That was him. So if you heard him coughing or sneezing, I'm sorry. No, but I haven't talked to Paul. Well, we'll change that. I'll get around to that. Anyway. Also, Jasper, you and Paul doesn't change anything for your stream. You're amazing, and that's why people are here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, I don't think that there's ever going to be kind of a conversation about that. As far as you guys are concerned, Jasper is what you see on the screen. IRL Jasper is not this cool. IRL Jasper barely, like, knows how to use a washing machine, so, like, please just you know, be patient with me. I'm not Paul. I'm not something here. No, I'm only here for Paul. Hey. Yeah, when does Paul stream? Paul will not be streaming. Probably, I don't know. I don't want to say ever because I think that would be a fun thing to do, is to do like a co-op game at some point. So we might be able to do something like that at some point. If people are interested, I will network and see what I can do about that. Because like community nights are a thing. He did come to one community night and then left very quickly because he got a bit socially, like, he's not like socially anxious like I am, but he is very shy, if that makes sense. Like, he doesn't really, like, he gets overwhelmed. And as far as he's concerned, he's referred to this space as my world essentially before. So for him, like, this is a big deal. I haven't, by the way, I would like to stress, I haven't done, this conversation isn't happening without his consent. He's very aware of the fact that this conversation is happening, hence why he's been in chat. So please don't, like, worry that I've just gone ahead and told everyone about this. He knows this was coming. He knew that, because we sat down and had a conversation where I was like, look, I'm gonna have to talk about it, just because if the kids are on holiday, I'm gonna have to kind of work stream around them. But like, realistically, if I'm streaming for 3 hours a day, he can't keep them out of the house for like 3 hours if it's raining or something, you know, minor details kind of thing. So yeah. But yeah, no, I'm down to try and get him to play something on stream if he's up for it. But like, another thing is, like, guys, please, if you're wanting stuff to happen, by all means, like, drive the community to like rally for that if that's something you want. But please, like, if I put my foot down and say like I'm working on it but it's not happening, please just respect that. So if it's like stream, please don't pressure him about that. He does get a bit stressed with stuff like that. I'm just gonna but yeah, RL Jasper is amazing and awesome. It's just so freaking cute. No. I can't slam my desk because if I do, the whole setup will go, this is hard. Play couples games. Fuck off. That's no. So yeah, if you weren't aware, Mina and Melon are not the only couple in our streamer group. It is also, well, I mean, you know. Which I'm also gonna say, I think Melon knew as well about Paul, so technically Melon knows as well. There you go, yeah. So it's, I don't think it was like just us that knew. But yeah. Oh, and I guess this is exciting because I found out, like, we found out on stream, didn't we, about Maddie? I think that was on live. I don't think that was like a private conversation. Was hard to keep things from our partners. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Like, I was fine with you telling Melon. I don't think that was something that I wanted to keep quiet about. Like, I didn't really see the point in keeping quiet about Paul forever. I think that it was kind of a conversation that was going to happen. When I was with the other guy, it was going to have to be a conversation that happened eventually, where I was like, hey. Oh, this is another thing that I do think I need to address as well. Guys, you know when we talked about, like, I like Harvey in Stardew because he's a dad and he looks like a dad. Yeah, there's some realities to my attraction level to older men. Paul's a lot older than me. I don't want any comments about that. It will not be appreciated. But he is a lot older than me. No, it was never, like, I'm 23. I was 22 when we got together? No. Yes, I would have been. Oh, he's older? Oh, I never knew. Oh my god, no. I think that was something we knew about as well. Paul's older than me by quite a landslide. I don't wanna, like, I just don't. If you're uncomfortable by that, I understand. Fine. I'm just being transparent with you guys. He's a lot older than me. And I'm fine with that because I like older men. I'm so sorry to anyone that thought like that I was gonna be someone that was into people my own age. No. I'm very much like, I like a silver fox. What can I say? He's not quite a silver fox yet. Getting there. Sorry, Paul. Sorry. He's like older. Okay, right. If you want to know the details, I'll leave it up to him if he wants to discuss how old he is with chat. But like, I'm just gonna be real. He's old enough to be my dad. That's all I'm gonna say on that matter. Okay. Okay. Maddie is married and has a kid. She's even streamed with a kid as well. Yeah, so this was a thing. I didn't know Maddie had a kid until like we all collabed together, and she was like, I think Mina was like, oh yeah, Maddie has a teenager, and I was like, wait, really? And she was very open about it, and I was like, oh, okay. And it made me feel better because I was over here like, oh god, I'm gonna be the only one in the group with children. It's like, no, Maddie's beat me to it by like quite a few years. But yeah, no, in terms of like the children, like I'm pleased to say that Maddie's not the only one with kids, but Maddie's the only one that's probably gonna ever like discuss the kids. Well, Maddie's got a tween. I don't know. She calls her husband Mr. Tiger. Yeah. Paul and I aren't married yet, but occasionally you guys might see on chat that I've like on Discord, I've done it before where I've taken photos and my hands are in the photos and I've got a ring on. That is my left hand. So if you know, you'll know the British culture because I know it's different in Germany. Germany, I know for sure. I don't know about everywhere else in the world. But in the UK, if you have a ring on your left hand, on your ring finger on your left hand, usually symbolizes that you're married or engaged. I am not either. It's a promise ring. So, and Paul has one too. We have matching ones because they're cute. But if people, because no one's commented on it, I don't think, and I didn't know if people actually noticed or if they just thought it was just a ring on my hand and I just happened to wear it on that hand. It is from Paul. Fun fact, I actually lost the other one. I think I talked about it on stream. I was devastated. It snowed in the UK and I lost it. My hands are so small. I've got really tiny itty bitty fingers. I'm not reading chat. I'm so sorry. Hang on. Just for disappeared. Oh no, there's a kid screaming. What? He's older. Yeah. Of course I knew. You had to stop and think about a year before. Yeah, I know, right? She calls her minion and she calls her hubby Mr. Tiger. Oh my god, handpicks. You're engaged, done. No, I'm not engaged. We're not engaged yet. I don't think it's something we're talking about. It will probably be something that maybe happens one day. I'm not pressuring him about it. Maybe I am a little bit, but I would like to marry him. Because I've talked about the fact that whenever I think about getting married, of course, my girls, Mina, Mimi, and Maddie, and everyone else, Lara, and all that, you guys know that you're all the first people I think about. Who would I invite to my wedding? It would be my group, you know? Like, it would be all of them. Mina and I have literally already talked about the fact that she's already going to be my bridesmaid. We've talked about this, you know? So, like, for me, it's like, it is something that has been discussed. It's not something that's happening anytime soon, and it's not something that's happened. So please don't, like, think that that's ever gonna happen. I don't know when it'll happen. It might never happen. I hope it does. But, like, anyway, no, I'm gonna kind of trail off this discussion now, I think, because we're getting to an hour in and I need to start Stardew at some point. I'm quite happy to continue, like, if anyone's got any burning questions, I'm quite happy to answer them, but I don't think anyone does. Shit, Jasper getting married? Not yet, Rat Satan. Also, welcome. Sorry, you just missed the entirety of that conversation. Yep, I will do everything in my power to be there and give all the support. Thank you. But yeah, no, so for anyone that kind of is just tuning in or anything, Paul's my boyfriend. He's not just my roommate. We have children. They're not mine, but they're mine in theory, question mark. Not really. I have some responsibility over them when they're under my care. think that's the best way I can put it. So I'm not married to him, therefore I have no dependents. Like, they're not dependent on me, but they exist. I will not be discussing their ages or their names. And if I can avoid it, they will not be appearing on streams. I obviously am very open about the fact that this is an 18 plus stream. Therefore, children will not be involved in this stream. There is also the side of it that says, like, I can't control it if they just walk in the room. Unlikely to, but they might. You know how they are sometimes. You kidnapped kids. I did not kidnap. They're not mine, but they're Paul's. They're not mine. I did not kidnap them. I didn't kidnap them. Yo, that's big news. Yeah, I'm so sorry. She's not single. The disaster, bruh. In spirit, we have children. They're not mine. You can listen, right? Okay, for the context, I just need to stress this once and for all. Paul had children in a previous relationship. He is not in that relationship. However, children don't cease to exist when you leave a relationship. This sounds horrible. So he has children who he adores, by the way. Like, those children are very loved. But because he now lives with me, those children will be coming here occasionally, which is why I've now had to address the fact that Paul and I are in a relationship, which means that, you know, I just need to be open and honest about the fact that occasionally streams are going to get delayed, occasionally streams are going to get interrupted, occasionally streams might be postponed. Because going forward with the streams, I don't really want to keep cancelling streams because that's something that kind of has been happening a lot recently. That's just with moving, that's just what's happened. My mental health has also had a huge decline recently. I'm not going to go into detail about that right now because I'm still kind of in it. But streams have been cancelled a lot recently. I don't want to keep doing that because I feel like I'm letting you guys down. But with that, I will have to postpone them occasionally, especially more around the holidays, just because days happen. But they know, like, Paul knows to keep it quiet if I am streaming. We'll work it out. I'm just going to be honest. Things might not happen on a scheduled basis anymore. Hugs, thank you. Children don't cease to exist when you exit out of a relationship. Wait, what? They don't despawn. No, I'm joking. I adore those children. And they tolerate me. Listen, I was like not something entertaining until they found out that I played Minecraft. You know what? Paul has to be really careful. When he used to like kind of okay, I don't want to go into too much detail about this, but when Paul used to like be kind of in the early stages of our relationship, he used to watch my streams while he cleaned. And what would occasionally happen is that the children would kind of look over his shoulder and see my Minecraft stream on his phone. That was an interesting conversation a couple times. But we have to be careful. And he doesn't watch the streams as much anymore because if with them, they can't watch the streams. I've made that very clear to him that they can't. Because for one, if they hear my voice, they'll know it's me, which isn't something that I want to have a discussion on. Mostly because I don't want them to go to school and be like, oh, my dad's girlfriend is like a streamer. Don't do that. Like, I don't want that to be a thing. So we have to be really kind of careful. And this is also why I have an office. This is another thing I need to discuss. So you guys know that I have a 3-bedroom townhouse. I think the kind of assumption from you guys that was intentionally kind of directed from me was that obviously I have a room and Paul has a room. That's not what's happened. Paul and I share a room. So we have the attic room upstairs. I then have the office for the streaming setup because realistically, I don't have the room to put the PC in the living room or anything. And the spare room, which is technically it's counted as a bedroom, doesn't have enough space for a bed in it. So it's easier for us to have the master bedroom for the other children when they come to stay. So they've got their own room. We don't have one in one room, one in the other. It just wouldn't work out like that. Mom on stream, God. Oh god, not that Minecraft. No, not that Minecraft. At least I hope not that Minecraft stream. Could you imagine? Oh my god. I can't suck dick if I'm vegan. No, I swear to god, no. Well, you two be good to each other. Yes. But no, so I have an office. It is just so I don't get children with sticky fingers all over my streaming setup. Also because I don't want, like, the risk of, like, I will eventually have more stuff to do with streaming in here, like maybe a background that's maybe more kind of looks more like I want to print off the art because you guys, like, I've been gifted fan art, like I've received fan art like fair amount. I want to say I want to print off fan art, right? I want to like have the of the fan art that kind of has been made behind me because this room is very barren, but I want to have like stuff up that kind of much branding might raise some questions, so I need a separate room that children aren't going into so they don't come in here and go, what's that character on the screen on the wall, and then I have to explain, and I'm not going to explain, it's never going to happen. So I want to avoid like having them walk in and stuff. That's just what's going to happen. Kids, daddy, why does that cartoon girl sound like your girlfriend, dad? Coincidence. Kids, why does she want to suck me? Okay, that's enough. Go play outside. Dude, it's literally like... this is not a conversation I wanted to have today. But no, I just didn't want to like... We didn't want to like have that going on. But also because the way the stream's like... For me... we've talked about the fact that I want to get a dual PC set up. I want to have more soundproofing in here. I want to have like a background that's kind of available to do more like that up, like for streaming. I want to do more art streams as well. With that kind of comes like a lot of gear, and a lot of gear requires me to have space. And in order to have space, I need to not have children sticky fingers on everything. So there is a reason why we have an office. It was also, I would like to stress, the house was picked with this in mind. The house was picked as a 3-bedroom house with the intention that the smallest room would be my office. That was always going to be the thing. I don't want to hear it if you guys are like, but the share room, I'm sorry. Like, it's just how things go in this day and age, and I'm sorry. A lot of gear. I don't know about a lot, but maybe. But yeah, so this is kind of why this conversation has had to come out, because they're coming around this weekend at some point, which is going to be like the first time that happened. Actually, oh no, I've got a conflict of it. Oh no, I had a thing planned for Friday. They're coming around Friday. Oh shit. Okay, I need to have a conversation in a second. That's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be so drunk. What the fuck? This is not good timing. We were supposed to have a drinking stream on Friday. They're coming around Friday. Oh no. I fucked up. Oh wow. Responsible. Wait, drinking stream? Mina, you knew about this. It was put on the chat. I did include everyone in that conversation. I was wondering why you hadn't responded. Kids knock on your door. Miss Jasper, what are you doing in there? Can we come in? They don't call me Miss Jasper. They just call me, well, they just call me by my name. So if you were wondering what they call me, they just call me my name. But they don't really like speak to me like that. They just come up and ask me something if they want to ask me something. I don't really hear my real name an awful lot. It's just why it's so jarring when people call me my real name. Which Mina does it occasionally. She'll like, when we're calling, if we're calling privately, she'll call me by my real name. Mina, you need to not do that, because no one ever does that in my real life. Not like, they don't call me Jasper or anything. Like, it's not like they call me like anything else. It's just that like, I'm not used to people using my name. Oi fam, give me an orange juice. Dude, they're really picky. I don't think they like orange juice, to be honest. being fair, who the fuck, like, I can't cope with orange juice because orange juice, like, I always get stressed about it being pippy and not being labeled as pippy, and I just don't like texture in my drink. I'm just being honest. Who the fuck drinks smoothies? I gag at the thought. Maybe a yogurt is fine, but like smoothie, if I have to drink a yogurt like textured thing, don't do it. I don't want it. I don't want anything to do with it. However, a frappe, come to think of it, texture-wise, contextual texture is a weird thing. Anyway, but yeah, so what are you doing in there? Can we come in? Jasper in the middle of a stream. No, I'm watching porn. Kids, what's that? Just like, I mean, I'm doing boring adult things, taxes, you know? Dude, I've never done my taxes. And by the way, I'm not committing tax fraud as far as I'm aware. HMRC, please don't come for me. But like, if you stream, you don't have to, in the UK, you don't have to declare your income until you've reached £1,000, and I'm not there yet, so. Taxes. Anyway, no, I will not ever tell the children that I am watching porn. They're a bit too young for that. Like a bit. Oh no. Oh, someone's dropped a metal pole outside my house. Like, that was genuinely just like the sound effect. That was so funny. You mean you're doing porn? Straight up. No, it's not a conversation I want to, like, have. It's already, like, awkward enough, like, they know I have a PC set up. It's gonna be... There was a bit of stress for a while where I was like, oh god, what if they, like I said to Paul, I was like, what if they like try and get in on the computer to play Minecraft and stuff, because that's all they care about at their age. And he's like, they might, which is why we had to kind of talk about locking the computer up in a separate room essentially, and then they got their own computers, so now I don't have to worry about it, which is great. But yeah, it's something that might kind of come up into conversation. I don't want to like, they're just not allowed to touch the it's just the shorthand of it. Mostly because my computer's so sensitive that I genuinely would worry about them stressing about it not working, and it's like, no, it just doesn't work all the time. Anyway, real name is actually Jasper, yeah. I just use your name, I like your name. Good for you, you can have it, I don't want it. Wait, yeah, so, oh my god, fam, give me a chalky milk. Potentially, chalky milk. Potentially. Orange juice with bits of strange people. I know, right? Straight up. By the way, you are grand, thank you. Person, can I get an orange juice with extra pulp? Jasper, die. Yeah, straight up. Like, if you are one of those people that are like, I want a bitty orange juice, I don't want to know you. Straight up. If you... Pulpy orange juice enjoyers are not welcome in my chat. No, everyone's welcome. We do not judge here on the state of people's orange juice preferences. your orange juice are intentional. By the way, I'm not making the two genders. That's not to make fun of people. Obviously, like, we are a very inclusive community. Everyone here is welcome, regardless of your sexual orientation. Within reason, as you guys know. Consent. Because there are some weirdos out there, but we're not going to discuss that because I might get taken down by Twitch. But everyone, if you're, if you are a woman and like women, you're welcome. If you're a man and you like men, you're welcome. If you are a woman who likes men or vice versa, you are welcome. Everyone's welcome. We do not judge on orientation or sexual preferences or anything like that. The one thing that we do judge on is age. Please do not come into my chat if you are under the age of 18. You're more than welcome to come back in a few years. We're not going to hold it against you. If I blocked you because you said you're underage and you want to like rejoin when you are of age, by all means message me, get in contact with me. I'm not out here policing you. I'm not gonna be out here checking people's IDs before they enter the club, But like, please just, for everyone's comfort, we talk about not safe for work. Don't come in here if you're underage. I have children. I would not want them to witness what I do on stream. You know, it's that conversation, which is why I'm like so like I stress so much about the age of consent with the streams. In the UK, the age of consent is 16. However, as a 23-year-old, someone's texting me. As a 23-year-old, I would prefer people to be of 18 or over in my chat. That is just the general consensus. It's the age you can be to consume sexual content. So please, like, be 18 plus if you're gonna like, watch my stream. And to add to that as well, most of my friends in the community, aka Mina, I'm pretty sure Mimi as well, are also 18 plus channels. Maddie is not, so if you're under the age, you don't watch Maddie, she's more safe for work. But my streams and Mina's streams, and I think Mimi's streams are all a bit not safe for work, so please just be aware that we're not, like, out here. We're not we're not here to appeal to you quite in that way. Anyway. But yeah. When you rather tell your kids you're watching porn than tell them you stream, I would straight up just tell them I'm streaming. Like, they would know not to ask questions at that point. If they are asking questions, then it's like, I'll tell you when you're older kind of conversation. Like, you'll understand when you're older. Because when I was their age, all I cared about was Minecraft, and now they're at that age where all they care about. Guys, it's really weird having, like, children, right? Like, I've talked about the children before on stream because, like, I've always referred to them as, like, my friend's kids. My friend being Paul, and it's his kids, which means they're kind of my kids. But they're, I've talked about the fact that they're into things like Minecraft, Skylanders, Pokemon, which is kind of crazy to me because I'm over here like, that stuff was relevant when I was a child. And they're like, it's like that whole conversation. But yeah, like, and I know that's partially, how awkward do I want to get about this? That is partially in part because I'm closer in age to Paul's children than I am to Paul. But we're not discussing that, okay? But, like, as well, it's interesting that I know more about the things that they're into than their dad does, which is always a funny conversation, because, like, they'll be telling him something about something, and he'll be like, what does that mean? And I'm like, it means this, dumbass! It's like, we make him feel like the oldest man in the world. It's great. Is the neighbor peeping again? No, she hasn't come out yet. But it is weird how often she comes out here when I'm, like, streaming. It's like she always chooses to do her compost when I'm live! I mean, duh, of course. We're just saying this is cartoonishly funny. Yeah, of course. But, like, man, dunno. Jasper, if I find out you like orange juice with extra pulp, you're fucking dead to me, Nan. Just kidding, we don't judge here, but I'm not we. I will. Yeah, I will judge you. My soul will judge you. Lol, don't word it like that. I know. Don't give a shit about what my country's age of consent is. It's 18 to 21 to me. Exactly. Like, it's, you know, I don't date people younger than me anyway, and I wouldn't, like, try to appeal to people younger than me anyway. That's just the truth of it. However, I can't control who comes into the streams and who doesn't. There's no real way for Twitch to, like, moderate who does it. You literally just have to click a box, and that's it. It's a thing. YouTube's the only place that I can guarantee that if I set a video to 18 plus, you have to have at least, like, I think you have to have had an account there for quite some time, or you need to have submitted ID, which you can't get until you're 18 anyway, most places. So, like, for example, if you guys weren't aware, whenever I do any collabs with Mina or Mimi, the video is then always set to 18 plus. I don't bother with the general VODs, but with the collabs I do, because it gets unhinged, and I'm just trying to be cautious. But we can't do that for Twitch, so all I can do and all anyone can do in this community is just stress that these streams are 18 plus. Please do not watch if you are under 18. This is not a safe space for you. Not to say people will come after you, but I'm just being honest that the content I discuss, I would not be comfortable discussing to your face if you were under 18, you know? It's that conversation of like, if I think that you're under 18, I don't want to talk about it. That makes sense? Anyway. I self-booted from your Discord. Let me back in, please. What? How? Also, you can just exclamation part. Just re-add yourself through that. If it doesn't work, let me know. But yeah, no, that's the truth of it. In my country, the age of consent is 16. However, the age of consent to watch not safe for work content is actually 18 plus. So my content is 18 plus. End of conversation. Kids, what are you doing, Jasper? I'm streaming. Okay, kids. Ooh, what are you streaming, Jasper? I'll tell you when you're older, kids. Only Wags, Jasper. How do you even know about that? God, if those children, like, I'm not gonna discuss their ages, but like, sometimes I sit here and I'm like, I know what I would have been doing at their age, and I'm like, they might know more than they let on. It's like a really awkward conversation to have with you're a baby, you know? I feel like such an odd lady, like, talking to them, because I'm like, they're babies, you know? They're not babies, and it's just like, oh. Anyway. Jasper goes to pick up her kids from school. Well, you didn't tell me you have an older sister. I don't pick them up from school. There's like, it's not really, how do I word it without giving away stuff that I don't want to give away? Like, there's a lot of reasons. I've done it a couple times. I've accompanied Paul to go and pick up the children from school. It's sort of like dad time, if that makes sense. So like the only time he gets to spend with them most days is when he picks them up from school. So for him, like, it's for them and for him, it's dad time. They don't want me around. They tolerate me on the weekends, that sort of thing. So it's like I don't pick them up from school, and I would if I was asked to, but like I just don't think it's great for for me or for them to have me turn up unexpectedly, so I just don't do it. But that's that conversation. But you didn't tell me you have an older sister. That's partially why, is because I don't want to then have to explain to the teachers what the relation is. That's not a conversation I want to have, even though it's like very obvious I'm over the age of like 18 because I have a face full of piercings. Paul, all the cars and babes, Anger and Jasper's Minecraft and Skibbity. No, I'm not. I don't have anything. I don't even know. I'm like steering far away from that conversation. But cars and babes, like, not really. Paul's very much like, the reason we get along is because we both have a massive interest in gothic subculture. What else do we have an interest in? Jack Daniels. We're both into like goth stuff. We're also both into superhero content. I swear to God, it is all out war in this house. Guys, as a Marvel enjoyer, you guys know Marvel is the best. I will not have any other way. Guess what Paul's into? Fucking DC. Why'd I get with a man that likes fucking DC? Are you kidding me? What did I do to myself? Why? But no, he's a DC enjoyer, so we have a bit of a friendly battle about that. But we're both into like media subculture and stuff. Like, we're both into like Lord of the Rings and stuff, and The Hobbit, and what else are we both into? He's more into the older sort of stuff, the stuff that's older than me. Mimi, you'll be pleased to know he's a big Warhammer enjoyer, so you're welcome for that one. Mimi and Paul would get along like house on fire, I swear. I know nothing about it. But he's also into like zombies, and he's super into horror, which is not something I'm into, but like I do support So we've been watching Supernatural a lot together, which has been great, which is like the safe for work horror. If you're like me and you're not huge on gore or like really stuff that keeps you up at night, Supernatural is a great way to enjoy horror with your like significant other or your friends or something. It's a great thing to get into. It's also good if you want to maybe get into horror and you want to like tease yourself into it. Supernatural is a good way to start. But I don't speak from experience because I will watch Supernatural. I am obsessed with Supernatural. I will not consume any other horror media. However, a lot of the references in it are applicable to people who enjoy horror. So, for example, they'll talk a lot and make references to stuff that I don't understand, but Paul does. So that's what we do together to like pass the time. What else are we both into? We're both also like into I think we're both like Top Gear, so I guess that's cars and stuff. Babes. We're both into babes. I think we both agree that like actually no, I'm into like Cher and he's not. I'm not really into her music, but like fucking babe, right? Not so into but yeah. What was I reading? Maybe I just oh, this my road. Where have you been? It's so good. Oh, not mine. Oh, I see, Mimi's. Same as us. Jasper, don't pick children up from school. Do you know what does not mix? Autism and children. Do you know what's worse? Autism and a lot of children. Precisely. Thank you, Rat Satan. I appreciate. You understand. Okay, we're all gonna try and avoid the elephant in the room, and I'm gonna ask, what is the elephant in the room? Mono, I need to know. Mono, why did you not what's the elephant in the room? I can deal with a lot of children. I can't. Is the one kid with the billion questions I can't handle. I am great with kids with like a lot of questions. Like, who's youngest? I'm not gonna there's more than one of them, right? The youngest is like tends to ask a lot of questions to be annoying, because that's a thing they do. If you didn't know, I will just answer them all. I don't really get tired of answering them, which kind of wears them out. It's great, but I can deal with those two children because I'm well, those two. There's more than two, but like I can deal with the children like when they're there. But going to the school, forget it. The reason we both get along is because we both have a massive PP. Yes, we both are part of the big cult community. Actually, that's not true. Mine's bigger. Mine's bigger than Paul's. Shit, Jasper, you now have your little gothlings. They're not into goth culture, which is really funny. DC, let's go. Good. Your man has taste. Rat Satan, get out. I know, Supernatural. I know. Gotta goth them young. Yes, exactly. Horror, scary, can't do that. I can't do that either. But like, Supernatural's a good place to like, if you're like kind of more into like, if you want to get into like good storyline, I'd say Supernatural got it. But Top Gear is great. Babe music. Oh, I thought you were both into women. Yeah, we're both into women. sorry, Jackson. No, good. I thought you were talking to me. Paul got nice feet. I think so. He would disagree. He's probably gonna burst out my door for talking about it. The feet, they're fine. I don't really have much opinion on them. But like, I don't know. Oh my god. I'm tired of people pointing out I must know. They're alright. They're kind of like hobbity, but like small, if that makes sense. If you want a description, there you go. They're pretty like, you know, they're alright. The kind of monopoly. Oh no, dude, we got a nice Jasper. Yeah, Paul burst down the door. What the fuck? Dude, honestly, would not surprise me. It's the sort of thing that he would come, like, peek his head around the door and give me a weird look for. He's done that on stream before. I think I was, like, on someone's, like, thing, and he just kind of came in and gave me a look, and I was like, don't judge me. But yeah. I'm gonna move this conversation along because I think I'm running out of things to talk about. But yes, the feet are nice. Anyway, I'm moving this conversation on because that is only one of the big announcements I wanted to make today. The second big announcement, thank you for the answer, you're welcome. I would share pictures, but I think that would be going too far. Oh my god. Right, I'm going to talk about the other big kind of conversation, the thing that made me late for stream, because this is probably the news that excited me the most. Guys, I was going to come into stream today and talk about how nervous I was about the fact that I might fail my autism assessment, right? I haven't even been referred yet. And that was until about 2 minutes before I loaded up the computer and I came on stream, and guess what I found when I opened my phone? Guys, my referral for autism assessment went through! Guys, this means that no, I haven't been diagnosed with autism. That's not what this conversation is. But if you didn't know and you've been living under a rock or you weren't aware, I have been awaiting a referral from my GP to the Right to Choose pathway, which in the UK, you have the right to choose your medical provider for something like autism. This is in part a legislation that's been brought in to reduce waiting times for adults, not for children, for adults to get tested for autism. Because if you weren't aware, when I first got into kind of maybe addressing the fact that I was potentially autistic, the waiting list was 3 years. I thought that was too much time, and so I put it off for a further 3 years, and then found out that it had increased in that time, and the waiting list was now 7 to 10 years. Why? And that is in part because, as far as I'm aware, I'm not 100% sure on this, but as far as I'm aware, the reason for this is because the NHS autism assessment is for both adults and children, which means that a lot of adults are then going into the workplace, the workforce, and struggling with life and also adjusting to maybe living on their own, being without parental support. Maybe some people have never had that. I've always had that, but moving house has been kind of detrimental in terms of my support bubble has gone essentially. Which is, my parents are still there. They're still at the house, but they're not here. And so I've had to rely more on Paul to look after me. It's a whole thing. Also going into the workforce and settling into the workforce, I found that I may be regressing a lot in skills and stuff. Masking is not anymore. This means that I've kind of had to acknowledge more recently that it's probably time that I got a diagnosis. So I applied through the NHS, through my GP, and they told me that there was now a legislation involved, which meant that they would now refer me through Right to Choose if I filled out the form. So I filled out the form. I'm personally going through Psychiatry UK. I'm not really sure how well that's going to go. I've heard some not so great things about it, but when I signed up to it, it was kind of the only option I was given at the time, which is another conversation to have, because if you didn't know or you weren't here when this conversation first came around, I applied to this in November. It is June. I applied to Right to Choose in November. My doctors agreed to refer me a few days before Christmas. And then we found out that they'd got a trainee psychiatrist at my GP surgery to sign on the form, which Psychiatry UK has made it very clear they will not accept any signing from anyone other than a GP, essentially, or an AMP. But I've looked into a trainee psychiatrist does not come under that, which means that I've got to kind of talk. I had to kind of wait for a while because they rejected it, and they didn't reject it till about February, which meant that I've been waiting for like 3 months at a time to get referred, and the waiting list is 3 months. So I waited, and then it didn't come through, and then finally we got a response, and I wasn't informed about the response, which meant I then got a kind of letter that kind of went straight to my NHS app, but I never saw anything to do with it until I went on to check for another medical thing, and I found out that I'd actually been rejected and they hadn't followed up about it, so I had to chase it up through my GP surgery. They then tried to pass on the blame to me and told me I had to call them up. I had to call up Psychiatry UK to find out if I'd been referred, which, if you don't know autism, you might not know, it's so hard. It's so hard to call people, and for me, it was just not doable, so I just had to wait and cross my fingers. And finally, about a month ago, we got a response saying that they had, in fact, rejected my proposal or my application. So fortunately, whoever was in charge of it this time decided not to fuck around and argue with them again, because that's what they were doing before. They were just arguing, and Psychiatry UK just stopped responding. What ended up happening, they just sent off a updated form, because they have to update them with all the stuff that's kind of happened with my medical history. So when did I last apply for my medication? When did I last see a doctor? When was I last measured for my BMI, which apparently was apparently in 2018, and my body's changed a lot since then, so that was not great. But so basically I have to wait. But finally, today, I got an SMS message from Psychiatry UK saying that they'd accepted my referral, and now I have to fill out forms, which is great. So the reason I was late to stream is because I had to set up an account, and I've set all it up, I've sent off my details, they've got all my ID and stuff, which I'm slightly panicking about because obviously in this time I've moved house, and my address hasn't been updated on anything yet. The only place that I've updated my address is my workplace, because obviously I need to update that for future posts, like my pensions and stuff, because I receive those by post for some reason. Anyway, so I've had to update my my address and stuff through that, but I haven't managed to do it for my GP. I haven't managed to do it on my driver's license, which, if you didn't know, is illegal UK, so I need to get on that. I can't drive without an updated ID, but I'm not driving at the minute, so it's fine. Anyway, my point being, I have had to send off proof of address for here, which is a bit stressful, because that might cause issues, but I'm hoping they might let it slide. But yeah, so I've filled out the form. I've now got to fill out several AQ10 forms, which, if you don't know, is the Autism Spectrum Disorder gold standard questionnaire. I've done the long one a few times, and I've received quite a high score, pretty high, right? Which was kind of the push to get tested, was kind of talking to my friend who is getting his doctorate in autism research. He's kind of been a huge supporter in getting me my help and stuff, and getting me advice about what I should be doing. So shout out to you, you know who you are. But yeah, so that's happening. But yeah, so just before stream came on, I woke up this morning and I was like, I'm so nervous that I'm going to go through all this testing and stuff, and they're still going to reject me. Now that I've had the referral, I'm a little less nervous about it, but I am still ridiculously stressed about fact that I'll go through all this testing, and I might be too high masking. I might not kind of meet the criteria enough. I'm just worried. I'm really worried. It's been a lot. I think because I've had to wait so long, I've been getting more and more nervous that I'm going to get rejected. Obviously, with this has come conversations about kind of, talking to people in my life and being I think I might have autism. And that's resulted in a lot of people being you don't have autism, which is don't say that to people. Fuck you. You don't know. You're not. What really annoyed me is I've got a friend. I'm not going to talk about them too much, but I've got a friend who I consider them a friend, but realistically, in any other social situation, we would not be friends. But I have a friend who, on a night out, I kind of discussed about potentially having autism, and they said, like, I don't think you've got autism. And I was like, well, to be honest though, how would you know you're not trained in it? Like, you don't have any like qualifications for that. Oh my god, this person literally unloaded on me about what they think like about it. Oh god, it was like genuinely, I smoked at the time. I literally had to leave and have like a vape puff because I was like so. I genuinely almost walked out of that group event because I was like so upset by this person like going off on me about this. They basically turned around and was like, I'm trained in this. I've got like qualifications in like childcare and special needs childcare and all this, and I know what autism looks like, and I know this, that, and the other. And I'll give it to them. Like, they definitely have more qualifications than me, but they're not a psychiatrist, you know? They're not like, they have no qualifications to diagnose anyone or assume if anyone has it. They also, I found out, don't have any qualifications for child minding of autistic children. So they were going off absolutely nothing. But it's stuff like that, it's conversations like that that have really started to like drag at my like internal like stress about not knowing. Like, I have thought for the longest time that I am, and now that I'm actually like going forward, I feel like the biggest phony in the world because I don't know for sure, kind of thing. And it's just like not a nice place to be in. And these waiting lists don't help. So, you know, I know this is such a like normal thing to complain about, but it's like genuinely, I'm like so stressed out because of it. But it's kind of gone forward. I'm so sorry. I'm not reading chat. There's a lot of conversations here. Right. Um, the second other big announcement, I got ultratism though. Dicks, oh yeah. Jasper, okay, you have everything, kid, yeah. Jasper, you got the lunch, kid, yeah. Don't worry. I do, don't worry, Mom. Jasper. Okay, bye! He runs away, Jasper, feeling strong, man. Dude, I literally had to turn around to them once because they were like asking me something and I was like, my dude, I don't know. I'm not your mom. I'm sorry. And they were, I think that was the moment they kind of looked at me and were like, okay, this person has no responsibility over me. Oh yeah, the trainee. Yeah, that was a whole thing. Amazing. You can contact a company to give you autism. Don't think it works like that, Mimi, but sure, I wish. So may I get my premium autism, the promotions? Did you tell them they might have the autism with that rage they got? Dude, this was why they like unleashed on me, because I was like, to be honest, like, autistic people tend to surround themselves with other autistic people. John Helldiver the second, welcome, good to see you. Where am I? You're here in the Forest of Fantasy. Welcome. I'm just talking about autism. But yeah, they were genuinely like, it was a night out and we're just like talking about what happens in the Forest of Fantasy. We just hang out and talk, and I usually play Stardew on today, but we're just having a conversation because there was a big update that happened. You stay in the forest. Yeah, you never leave. You never leave. You are now part of the forest, I'm afraid. Yeah. But yeah, they genuinely, like, I turned around and I was like, well, to be honest, like, autistic people tend to surround themselves with other people that are kind of in similar, like, strains of kind of neurodivergency. So there is a chance that you are also, like, neurodivergent in some way. And that's when they unleashed on me. So, guys, just be aware, please don't just outwardly say you think someone's autistic. It doesn't end well. That's my advice to you. Please don't do it. I wish I kept my mouth shut because it's caused a lot of strain in my friendship with this person, and I just wish it didn't. But you don't have autism. With all due respect, yes, not everything is autism, but it's not for them to say, like, how do you see or spot autism? Drooling eyes, going in different directions, wearing a diaper, and being borderline insane. That, I don't even think it's... Autism spectrum disorder is literally called autism spectrum disorder because it's a spectrum. People, like, it's a circle of being. Basically, like, it's not like a straight line. Some people, typically it's found more with females with, or cis females with autism, is that they find they mask more, which means that maybe their autistic traits go unnoticed a lot more. It's also been found that cis women tend to, and this is what I mean by cis women, like, because not all women were born women, and I just want to be inclusive here. But this is also not to discredit the fact that some cis men or just men in general also struggle with like masking. It's a but it's typically found more, and this is where the kind of stereotyping of having welcome no redeem drink. Do we think I will drink to that. Basically, what happens is kind of like what you think autism is, and what most people I find think autism is you like trains, you don't talk, you have to have headphones on all the time, and you don't make eye contact. Whereas someone like me, who maybe is more kind of on the high masking side of things, I don't think I mask, but I've kind of looked into it, I maybe do. With the high masking side of it, you might still like not make eye contact, or might still be into trains, or might not talk to people maybe as much as you should. You kind of need headphones all the time. It might just be that you don't kind of fit into that kind of solo image that is based off young boys with autism, which is why a lot of young girls don't get diagnosed, because we cis women tend to be conditioned more into a way by our parentage to or society to adapt more in social situations. So we tend to take note from other people more. We tend to follow what other people do a lot more. But this is not to like say that cis boys or cis men or just men in general don't also do that. It's not a one size fits all thing, but it is seen more to all that and stuff. I'm not trying to be exclusive, but I also there are like very very specific things I deal with that would typically not happen for a neurotypical person. So for me, I don't make eye contact. I don't make eye contact very well. If you think I'm looking at you, likely I'm more looking at your under eyes or your mouth. It's not likely that I'm looking you directly in the eyes. And if I manage to do it, it causes physical pain, and I probably won't hold that eye contact for very long. I've just found that's a thing. Weirdly, I also have it with cats. Not so much with other animals, but cats I really struggle with eye contact with. I've had that happen quite a lot. That was when we first noticed it, was because I really struggled with eye contact with cats for some reason, and I have had cats around me a lot. So there's that side of it. That was kind of the tip off for me. Another thing is that I have sensory issues. So, like, for example, I can't touch wet clothing. So, taking stuff out the washing machine is a no go. Folding laundry is also something I struggle with. Washing dishes, I can't do it without gloves. I typically can't hold meat. So, for me, like, cooking things like a burger patty, it's not going to happen. Preparing meat in any way to cook it is not going to happen. It needs to be pre-prepared, or else I won't do it. So that's stuff I struggle with. This is also very small examples. There are a lot more detail I could go into with this. I also now have to permanently pretty much wear earplugs in my place of work now, which has caused issues because I didn't know I work in a warehouse. Which means that safety-wise, despite the fact that I should be wearing earplugs because there's a lot of heavy machinery around me, typically we're not kind of allowed to, because we also have a forklift that is in the building, and they worry that if we can hear it, we're going to get run over. So it's a whole problem that's happening. It's not very good, which is why sort of this has come about, because I started struggling with the sounds in work a lot more recently. I've struggled with doing my jobs now because I keep getting moved around. I can't focus on the task at once, and they're expecting me to be. There's a whole thing with it. It's causing a lot of distress recently, and I just am struggling with it. And this is why we're having to kind of have this conversation now. So the fact that it's taken so long has caused a huge amount of problems in my life, because the reason I went through this was because I was reaching the end of my tether. And because it's taken so much longer than it should have, at this point, we've been waiting twice the amount of time that I should have by now, which means that I'm stressed, my partner's stressed, my workplace is stressed, my life is falling apart my ears, and quite literally, and I just am not coping. So it's an important conversation to happen, but yeah, it's not having a good time. But yeah. Oh, it's just like, it's a whole thing. So I could talk more about it. I probably will talk about it more. We'll go on to Stardew in a second, but I gotta take a break. So Jasper spends her time in the a fantasy forest looking for a damn invisible truffle. Yes. Lol, when my buddies asked me, loading, you might be autistic, I was like, shit, I might be. I'm ordering Domino's. Yeah, like, genuinely, it's just like, no one actually came to me and was like, I think you're autistic. It was something that kind of happened like a long time ago with my parents. My mother was kind of looking into my anxiety levels of things because I sort of had a moment where I just couldn't cope with anything anymore. And that was what led me to eventually get diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder, which we know that I do have. But there was something not quite right with the way I had breakdowns, if that makes sense. So when I would have a panic attack, something sort of started happening that we couldn't explain through anxiety, which was when the conversation of, at the time, and I don't want to trigger anyone with this wording because this was a product of the time, but at the time it was known as Asperger's. Now, if you don't understand why that might be a triggering term for some people, you have to keep in mind that technically speaking, that term came from someone who was a not so great person during World War II. You can kind of work it out from your space. So it's a discontinued term. It's not a term that's used anymore. But that term was technically used back then to describe someone who we now call as a high masking autistic person. So at the time, it was assumed that I was probably on the Asperger side of things rather than the autism side of things. But now it's all autism because it's known as the autism spectrum disorder. So now it's just like, we kind of thought for ages that I was just high masking autism, and now we're not sure because I'm not coping. I've had massive skill regression. I can't do things for myself anymore. I am not coping as well as I used to. My social ability has pretty much gone out the window. And a lot of that might be due to COVID happening. COVID meant that I lost a lot of skills that I'd spent my life kind of practicing constantly. So when I got stuck in the house and didn't leave for 3 months at a time, which was actually what happened, I literally did not leave the house for 3 months at one point, which, you know, people are going to be like, oh yeah, most people didn't. No, most people stepped outside their door at some point in that time. Like, most people went to the shops, most people went to post something, most people like just went for a walk because we were allowed to do that. I didn't do that. I literally woke up, went on my computer, ate food, went to bed every single day for 3 months straight. No contact with the outside world whatsoever. Well, I contacted my friends, but I didn't leave the house, and that meant that my social skills just went rock bottom. So when I went back into the workplace, it got better for a while, and then I had to change jobs, and then I changed jobs and was fine, and my masking was fine, and then recently I sort of settled into something, and it just went, and we don't know why, and I don't think I'll ever know why, but it just went recently. So that's where that's come about. I don't know why I'm having this conversation. But yeah, that's when that kind of conversation happened. I mean, yes, of course, that was just me thinking how they'd probably see or classify autism, because it's how many people still think like that. Yeah. It was genuinely like, it's not everyone has like every autistic trait, you know. There's not like you have to have all this or it's not going to be a thing. However, getting diagnosed, they might look at it like that, I don't know, which is really stressful. And realistically, I think that just means that if I don't get like confirmed with autism through Psychiatry UK, I might have to seek a second opinion, which is horribly stressful and is something that's keeping me up at night. I wish I was exaggerating. I am being very literal here. I wish I could say that it wasn't, but it's genuinely keeping me up at night that I might have to get a second opinion if this doesn't go through, because it's my life on the line. And I wish that was an exaggeration, but I'm being serious. I'm really struggling. I can't live my life. I can't do anything. Things are getting worse. My mental health is declining. I'm just being transparent. If this kind of, I don't want to say fails, but if this fails, if I fail the autism assessment, I'm genuinely not sure what the rest of my life is going to look like. Because regardless of the fact, I've explained this to my boss, I'm like, realistically, because people at work keep saying like, well, you don't know if you're autistic. I've had to explain to him, like, the problem is, with people keeping on saying that, regardless of if I have autism or not, it doesn't discredit the fact that I'm still struggling with these things. Autism is just a label to give those things, if it's that. But unless they have a suggestion for what else it might be, I might not be able to continue, like, living my life the way I am, because I'm not going to be able to get the help that I need, maybe. If it's a whole thing. It's really stressing me out. But like, I had this same anxiety with getting diagnosed with anxiety disorder. When I sought out getting diagnosed, they turned around and said, well, when I first spoke with the person who diagnosed me, I said, like, I'm really worried that this is all in my head and I'm just making it up. And they're like, well, I can tell you straight up, like, with just talking to you for like 5 seconds, that you've got anxiety. And I was like, oh, thanks. And then it actually came to giving me a diagnosis, and they're like, okay, I don't think you have social anxiety. And I was like, oh, okay. They're like, I think I'm diagnosing you with generalized anxiety disorder. And I literally went, oh, that's better, right? And they're like, no, it's so much worse. And I was like, ow. And that was pretty much the end of my life as I knew it. It literally went from being like, because I thought social anxiety was just like the be all and end all. And then they're like, no, it's generalized anxiety disorder. And I was like, so better, right? And they're like, no. They're like, because it's not just a social issue. You struggle with other things. And then they can't, and who I went to at the time, they couldn't diagnose me with autism, or they'd stopped diagnosing people with autism. So that's why that didn't happen when it happened. But there was kind of a conversation towards the end of these sessions with this person where they turned around and said, I don't really know what's wrong with you. And that didn't help. I've ended up just kind of questioning the rest of my life, because now I'm like, okay, so what is wrong with me? And now it's like, that's why I'm having to seek out further help, because I don't know what's wrong, but I'm not coping. But yeah, taking things very literally too. Yes, and this is a problem with also trying to take these questionnaires, is that they'll ask something on there and I take it literally and they're not meaning it literally. It's really rough. I'm not having a good time with it. In short, everything is fucked and it could be better if someone was doing their fucking job. Yeah, literally. Not everyone has every autistic trait. Dude, imagine that person would have all the autistic stats. Dude, I would be Thanos. No, genuinely, there is no way that I'm going to sit here and be like, I have all the autistic traits, because I don't. I know that there are some in there that I don't have. There are certain things that I don't find I struggle with as much as I know some people, and I know people with autism, and I know they struggle with things I don't struggle with. But it's a I'm not living my life anymore, and so I need help to kind of regain the skills to live my life is what I'm looking for. I'm wondering if it's not autism, then there's a possibility of it being something else. This is something that I'm like also having to explore, because I'm like pretty sure I have autism, right? However, there is a crossover between autism and ADHD and also bipolar disorder. I don't want to sit here and say I think I have either of those, because I have not looked into them enough. However, I know that a lot of the traits of autism cross over with those, and there is a chance that I might have one of those instead. But it's looking more like autism, which is why I'm now having to chase down the avenue of autism, because I can't do both. I have to do one or the other. They might diagnose me with both. I might have both autism and ADHD. I don't think I do because I don't really have issues with concentrating. But I have issues with sensory and stuff. It's the thing. So that might be a possibility. I'm not sure though, but it's something that I need to talk to a professional about, you know? So that's where I'm at with it. Oh, you're not autistic? Well, it's something because it's fucking me up. Exactly, Loading, please wait. Yeah, literally, I'm like, it's gotta be I'm not... This is what's stressing me out, because if they turn around and go, you're neurotypical, it'll pretty much be like the end of the world for me, because if they turn around and say that, I don't know what's gonna happen with my life, because I'm not able to live my life and I need help, and I don't really know who I'm supposed to talk to afterwards if that's not something that kind of comes around. So it's stressful. So please don't think at any point in this, I'm 90% sure I'm autistic. I don't want to say I'm self-diagnosing. I'm pretty sure I am, but it's more from a place of like, I researched this, my life is falling apart and I need support. So I'm self-diagnosing to get help, if that makes sense. I'm not self-diagnosing and then just continuing with my life as if like I'm getting help, because in order to get the help, you have to fill out like questionnaires and you have to talk to a doctor. You have to go through gates to get to a referral. And I've gone through those gates. And so far, my GP, or it wasn't a GP that spoke to me, it was whoever was referring to me. They agreed that they think that I'm autistic just based on the small information I gave them. But again, they're not trained to diagnose me. So it's a thing. My hair's annoying me. But yeah, don't what? People, you don't have autism, Jasper. Well, my ship is still fucking sinking, and I can't fix it with alcohol like your dad did. I am trying. It like genuinely, I'm like, it's not like I am not. I'm trying. I like, you guys know, I'm really struggling with like substance. Like, I struggled with substance addiction is the wrong way to put it. I had a nicotine addiction because I was falling apart emotionally and externally, and this is why do not self-medicate. I am this coming from someone who did with nicotine, and I know most people are like, well, self-medicating is things like hard drugs. I did that too. Don't do it. It doesn't help. I am product of that. Don't do it. I did try to help myself through addictive substances such as nicotine. There were others, and it didn't really help, and it was just an expensive avenue that I wish I never did, because man, I paid £40 a fucking week to get like, just to be able to like live my life. And on top of that, I'm also, because I've got anxiety disorder, I also have to take sertraline. So I was pre-medicated at the time, and it was not a good time, because yes, despite the fact that I felt better, I was still not functioning, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, it was like I was getting high, not doing things. So don't do it. But yeah, like it was not a fun thing. You don't look autistic. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me avoid eye contact and talk about trains for 2 hours, my lord. Yeah, like, I don't think, like, I always find it really weird when people are like, well, you don't look autistic. It's like, is that because I'm a girl? Is that because I have tits? Are you judging my tismness on the fact that I have boobies? Like, because that's something genuinely people do. It's horrible. But, like, it's more I get that I don't think you're autistic. And the people that say that to me in my life are people that don't want to acknowledge the fact that if I am potentially autistic, that they're friends with me, which is a horrible thing that is happening. And it's something that I'm really having to deal with. It's genuinely people are turning around and being like, well, I don't think you're autistic. Not because they genuinely don't think I'm autistic, because they know someone who's got an autistic kid who can't have like eye contact or sounds and likes trains, right? It's not just because of that. Sometimes it's because of that, but most of the time I'm finding it's the same people in my life who also, when I turn around and go, I'm bisexual, go, no, you're not, you're straight. It's the same people. And yes, for anyone that is like connecting the dots, yes, that means my dad is also like not wanting to acknowledge this stuff. Keep in mind, my dad is very, very, very likely got ADHD. This is not something that's been diagnosed, but it's looking likely. But like genuinely, I'm like having people in my life who don't want to acknowledge the fact that I am anything but the what's the word? Where you're the stereotype. They don't want to acknowledge the fact that I might not be like their stereotype of a person, despite the fact that I'm very much not fitting with that stereotype, and it angers them, and I'm genuinely having to deal with that as a thing that's happening. It's not nice. But like, if you want to know what my train is, if you want to know what my like special interest is, because I've genuinely had to do some soul searching, because for a while I was like, oh, I don't really have the special interest thing. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Piercings, body modification in general. Literally, it's the worst conversation to have with me. I've upset people recently because like, it's genuinely like, people talk about piercings, getting their nose pierced, or getting tattoos around me, and I will go into a spiel, like a lengthy conversation about like all the piercings I've had, the different pain levels, all the piercings I want, all the body modifications I know about, the different like niches in that, like how eye tattoos aren't technically tattoos, it's technically injecting like ink under the sclera, so technically it's a tattoo, but technically it's not, and also tongue splitting and penis splitting and all that like whole conversation. I literally will have that conversation with strangers. Doesn't matter, my social anxiety like goes out the window. I'm like, oh, we're talking about body modification, right? So that is my train. If you want to like have like a if you want an example of special interests in my life, that's not the only one, but it is my like reoccurring, like, because I also have hyperfixations, and you guys know about that. Right now it's like the zero waste and veganism whole thing. That is my current hyperfixation, but in terms of like long lasting, never ending, it's pretty much like it is body modification is a big one. The Disney movie Atlantis is another one, and also Monster High is another one. So, and Skyrim, but we don't talk about that one. But yeah, there was an online company that kept diagnosing every person who applied for an autism test as autism. Literally, like every person. I saw a documentary on it. So there were so many people on there who were told they were autistic after just like one meeting, and they were insane. Oh my god. Can you send me like the information for that documentary? Because that sounds super interesting. I really want to look into that. But like, it's not, yeah, it's a bit of a hard one, because autism's like, it's a bit of a like weird one. Like, there are a lot more people with it than we know about, and it's, you know, but like, it means that, you know, getting diagnosed now is super hard because of things like that. I would be Thanos Tismos. It's called a spectrum, it affects everyone differently, yeah. But this is where, like, I have a bit of an issue, and I know many people who are diagnosed with autism also have an issue with people going, everyone's a little bit autistic. It's like, oh, it's a bit of a hard one, but it's likely come from the fact that if you're talking to me and we're friends, there is a chance that you're probably neurodivergent, because I am not likely to interact with people that are neurotypical, because the social expectation from that person will not match up with how I interact, which is something I deal with, which is why I say that I've got this friend that in any other social circle I wouldn't be friends with, and that is because, like, I don't think she's neurotypical, but she acts very neurotypical, and as a result, I'm not 100% sure anymore. And obviously I'm not a doctor, so I wouldn't know. But you know, like, it's a whole thing. I don't want to, like, sit here and act like I know everything because, like I said, I'm not even diagnosed yet, but I've been referred, so watch this page, you know? I did hear someone say that ADHD is dire autism. I would disagree with that, and I think Mina would too. It's not really like, it's like there is a lot of like similarities, but there are some like seriously main differences. And another thing is people think that people with ADHD will always get along with someone with autism, or people with ADHD think that they'll get on with someone with autism. There is like a huge disconnect. It is not the same issue. They are often grouped together because they have a lot of similar traits. The difference being is that autistic people don't interact with people the same. So trying to keep up with someone may be a bit more exhausting. There's a whole thing. Someone's penis thing, you just call out with that. But yeah. It's not really dire autism. It's its own problem. It's just that, you know, I'm more like, it's not something that I'm sure about. I don't know enough about ADHD. It's not like cancer where you either gave it or don't. It is. Very much. Like, it's not like cancer in the sense like you can just get diagnosed with it just by looking, if that makes sense. But like, autism is, it's not like everyone's on the spectrum somewhere. Not likely. It's, I'm not gonna sit here and explain it, but it's like, autism is like, you either have it or you don't kind of thing. And I don't, it's not me trying to gatekeep or anything. But like, if you think you might have it, you might have it. So let's just be honest. Even cancer is a spectrum. Oh my god, why are we comparing the two? These are two very different things, guys. In a way, because there are different kinds. This is a thing, like, it's, yeah. You're ahead of the curve. Women on average get diagnosed at 30. This is the thing that I'm trying to, like, the reason most women or cis women get diagnosed later in life at 30 or something is usually because they end up having children, and there is some research that says that things like neurodevelopmental disorders like autism or ADHD actually get passed down maternally. So I don't know the validity of that. In my family line, I can't like speak on that because realistically, like, I'm not convinced that my mother's as neurotypical as she thinks she is, but you know, whatever. The reason that that then comes about is that mothers or like cis women find that their children are showing traits of autism. So they go and get their children diagnosed, and then sitting in those appointments and listening to someone explain like the different like things that kids might do in their childhood or things that they might struggle with as they get older. Older women sit and go, huh, I also struggled with that as a kid. I also struggled with that. I also struggle with that now. I struggle with this. I struggle with that. And then the cogs start turning. So what ends up happening, I think, I'm not an expert, but I think it's usually because their children or people around them have children that are struggling with different things. And so getting diagnosed ends up happening around that time. It makes sense, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, that's where I think that kind of comes from. The reason it's only taken me this long is just because I really struggle with phone calls and actually getting like appointments made for things. So unless I'm like actively dying, I don't make a call to the doctors. I wish I was exaggerating. I remember I had so many different medical issues over the years, and I literally, the first time I called the doctor after turning 18 was like in my late 20s when I finally turned around and went, I have a kidney infection. And they're like, okay, you're dying, you need to come in. That was like the first time I ever called the doctors. I was 22. No, I was 21. So like quite a few years after I would have been legally in charge of my medical information. Anyway, Nystagmus. Yeah. Mid-30s for ADHD. Yeah. Alcohol and ciggies can help, however, that holds a poisonous dagger. It can help once, maybe twice, but it'll erode you, especially if you're desperate. It's tempting, but generally better to not even try it. I agree with that statement 110%, because as someone who, I enjoy the occasional drink, but I can't drink on work nights because I have to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning. So if I drink till 9 o'clock, it's still going to be in my system by the time I go to work. So it's just not a great thing for me to do. That's the only reason I don't actively drink a lot. But it means that I'm more on a schedule. So for me, I drink on Saturdays. So that's how I do that. However, smoking, or vaping in my case, was something that I could do at work. And it was something that once the habit started, you know, vapes, disposable vapes, which are illegal in the UK now, disposable vapes were really easy to get my hands on. They didn't really require much, like, talking to someone, and eventually I had to kind of build up the confidence to go to the till and ask for them. But I could get them in B&M, just go to the shelf, and all I had to do was show my ID at the counter. It was a whole thing. So I started vaping to help with my crumbling anxiety and struggles with sensory issues, because it kind of gave me high, you know, it made me high. It made me not care about what was going on. So that's why I started, and I've talked about this in detail. Like, I don't vape anymore. I gave up vaping around the time that they announced the ban. And also, it was mostly because of that, but it was also because I vaped all the way through a really bad, like, bout of, like, cold sickness, and it gave me, like, lung damage. And I don't know, like, I don't cough anymore, but I coughed constantly. And I didn't cough for quite some time when I started, and then that happened, and then I started coughing, and I was just like, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. I didn't feel good, but yeah, so it works for a while, and you feel better for it, but after a while, the effects of the damage to your health start, and then you start going, oh, did I really do a thing? And then it's really hard to give up. Fortunately for me, I did it very slow. If you're also struggling with giving up nicotine, the way I did it was that, because if you didn't know, smoking a cigarette a day is a lot easier to give up than smoking a vape a day. Because if you didn't know, disposable vapes at the time were my neighbours in. I can hear her. So disposable vapes were, at the time, you could get one. Most elf bars, for example, were about 20% in strength, so 20 milligrams, which is the equivalent of smoking 20 packs a day. So if I'm smoking a vape a day, not 20 packs, 20 cigarettes a day. So if I'm smoking a vape a day, I was smoking the equivalent of 20 cigarettes a day, right? About average in terms of addiction in nicotine levels, which meant it was really hard to give up. So I always find it really discouraging when I see people being like, oh yeah, I'm trying to give up smoking, so I switched to vaping. It's not any better. And especially not if you're doing the disposables, but now they're illegal in the UK, so most people are switching over to the reusable ones, which is easier to cut down on, because you can get different strengths and stuff, whereas disposable vapes you couldn't. So for me, I cut down by, well, I smoked my last vape, and then I went on to the pouches, the nicotine pouches, and I just cut down that way. So I went from one to one that was 10%, and then I went to one that was 6%, and then I gave it up altogether. I went on to the gum, but I found it really didn't taste nice, so I just stopped. And that's how I gave up. So if you're struggling to give up nicotine, I feel smoking cigarettes is a lot easier to cut down, so just try cutting down on the cigarettes. But that's I didn't smoke cigarettes, so I couldn't tell you. But I do recommend trying the pouches, because they do help, because you're putting something in your mouth, so you aren't giving up that feeling of something in your mouth. Whereas I find a lot of people struggle with the patches, because you still need to feel something in your mouth, kind of thing. People like to fiddle, you know? Anyway, that's where I was at with that. But yeah, it was easier to kind of switch to that than address the fact that I was going to have to wait 3 years to get a diagnosis. That's where I was at with it. It was like, it's easier to pay £40 a week. I didn't know it cost me that much until I gave up. Because once I found out about that, I pretty much gave up immediately. It's the people that don't want to acknowledge my autism because they don't think I have it. They don't want to acknowledge it because they're friends with me. What the fuck kind of imperial colonist, second class citizenry ass thinking is that? Yeah, literally, like, I genuinely, like, I just know that this is how this person is looking at it. I'm kind of also going off, like, 1 or 2 people in my life, by the way, and that's just because I don't really have any in-person friends. So this 1 or 2 people make up pretty much the majority of my in-person friends. Most of my friends are online. Mary, do you drink? Don't I think you know? I will drink to that. It's a real treat when you have both. Not me. There are people such as myself who are very much emotionally locked when it comes to sorrowful emotions. So sometimes you need something that will let the wine run. A safer way is playing some sad music. However, sometimes it's a good night of getting completely smashed in your own house to cry it out might be good. However, I suggest that it is someone who will stop you from getting more alcohol the next day. Yeah, that is the tough one. It's like when you've got addiction problems is finding a reason to like stop, because it's easier going to the shops every day and just like feeding the addiction than kind of sitting and like kind of going over it with someone. For me, I'm very fortunate in the fact that I've been diagnosed with anxiety disorder, so for me, I've got medication to help me. So if I was really struggling with like something like alcoholism, which I'm not, so for me, I'm on sertraline. Sertraline is an antidepressant, so despite the fact that it is there for my panic disorder, I am also, it helps with my, low mood and depression. So with, um, with cutting down, it's sort of hard to like switch, but if I really was struggling, I would be able to go to the doctors and say, hey, I'm not doing too great. Can I get like an increase on my medication? And I'll probably have to talk to them for a bit about it, but they probably just increase it rather than, acknowledge the fact that I'm going through something, because, the UK, the NHS is something to behold, But yeah, so I think that there's like, just, if you can avoid it, find yourself a social circle. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that, people maybe that struggle with social interactions IRL, aka me, may not have someone to help them cut down on things like that. So try and find a social circle, even if it's like a gaming community, like something to distract you, something to pass the time, It's easier. I don't want to, like, yeah. Anyway, right, I'm going to take a break and then we'll be right back and we'll go on to Stardew Valley for a bit. Alright, BRB. Ooh, baby, we're back. Just ran up the stairs. What am I coming back to? Dude, I'm so sorry. I've realized I've talked for like 2 hours. Just like something that I do, but never mind. Nice cracky a cold one. I've got a Pepsi Max. Not great for the environment, but you know what? Good for my soul. I'm just gonna reach out real quick. Net redeem drink to me. Thank you, Net. I will drink to that. I'm just gonna read chat real quick. I think in general that when it comes to mental stuff, like everywhere, in more smacks lips certain countries, it's frowned upon because it's either from spiritual reasons, backward thinking, or something else. Plus the fact that we live in a society that values selfish greed above anything else, since it's finding out mental problems is not profitable or it can be slow. Now, giving a medicine, that's something different because it has to be purchased. I think that that's very accurate, especially when you think about like the way the American pharmaceutical companies are. We don't really have that in the UK because, you know, we're... Oh, I just unplugged. Because we're, you know, our medication still has to be purchased from somewhere. I still have to pay for my medication, you know, so... For me, I'm on sertraline. I'm on 50 milligrams of sertraline. Despite the fact that I am under the NHS, I still have to pay a pharmaceutical fee for that. So every time I go to Tesco, because that's where I get mine, every time I go to Tesco, I have to pay £9.30 the last time I checked, every single time I want to purchase my medication. And if I get an infection or something and have to buy antibiotics, even if I'm prescribed them, I still have to go and pay that £9.30 for every single item of medication. So, which sounds horrible, but when you think about it as well, I also, as a female, if I get, sorry, this is TMI, if I get a thrush or something, if I have to buy what's known as a combi set, which is like thrush treatment, you can buy a box that comes with a pessary, which is something you insert into your vagina, and you also have to buy the cream. Even if they come in the box together, if you've been prescribed it, it's actually cheaper to buy it just on the shelf, because you can do that. You don't have to be prescribed it. But if you're prescribed it and you haven't paid like for the year, you then have to pay twice for one box. It's so dumb. But yeah, trying to like profiting off mental illness is not something that is really something that people can do, especially for something like autism, because there is no medication that can help with autism. Because like with ADHD, there's, you know, medication you can take for that, like Adderall and stuff. But like in terms of like autism, there isn't anything you can take. So, you know, for example, like, yeah, I'll have increased anxiety from it, but like you can manage that through anti-anxiety meds, but there isn't any of that, so you have to take antidepressants. It all comes under one umbrella. So it is kind of harder to kind of get things diagnosed and stuff, especially when companies aren't profiting off it. Even if it's free, someone's still getting paid for it, even if it's not exactly your money getting siphoned. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just taking a label off my box. I feel watching Jasper playing Stardew will counteract playing French depressed people in a video game. Well, thanks. Profiting off anything that involves physical or mental health is repugnant to begin with. It is. It really, like, I don't think anyone agrees with, like, you know, big pharma and stuff profiting off people's, like, health and well-being, especially when you consider, like, I'm not very, I don't know people very well, but, like, I have a friend in America, or did have a friend. I don't really talk to them anymore. Not for anything. It was part of that group that I've been kicked out of. In that group, it was he, my friend, he's in America. He was explaining to me once, people would rather, like, he remembers when someone got hit by a car, like, in a street he was out in his local town. Someone got hit by a car, literally begged everyone around them not to call an ambulance because they couldn't afford it. That's disgusting. Like, people, when they're injured, people's first worry should not be how they're going to pay for their care. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if you're, like, it's disgusting. Like, if people are putting the fact that they will not be able to pay their bills or pay the medical bills in general in the first place before, like, getting help they need, you're literally killing people by doing that. I don't get it. I don't get why people why medical companies think they're going to profit off that. It's like, what are you profiting? Like, if they die, you're not going to make it shit. Like, you're not going to make any money off it. Like, you're going to make money off keeping people healthy. So why, like, it's so weird. It's like, if that person dies, it's not you that gets the money. It's the coroner, you know? Like, what is the point? I don't get it. And this is coming from living in a country, like, that our medical care is, for the most part, free, but it is paid for through our taxes. But realistically, we don't see it, if that makes sense. Like, so I pay my taxes every year, right? I'll pay my taxes, and then that money goes towards, like, the NHS. Most of it doesn't. I'm not unaware of that fact, but, like, a lot of it goes towards, like, the NHS, like, care that I receive and stuff. But then on top of that, still, I still have to pay for things like my my pharmacy bills and stuff. Like, it's a thing. Like, it's just stupid to me that, like, there are places in the world where you have to, like, physically pay for it. I know there are some countries where you have to pay, like, a fee a year, and it's not very much, just towards your care. I think that's a great, like, system. But, like, because then, you know, the medical field's still getting paid, like, but not, like, getting underpaid, you know? But then, like, because in the UK, if you didn't know, taxes are kind of weird. Not everyone has to pay taxes. And if you don't earn a certain amount, you don't have to pay taxes. It's a whole thing. But, like, in other countries, like, you have to pay a bill, like, at the beginning of the year, and it's not very much. It's, like, affordable, and it pays for the whole year of, like, medical costs. And it's just like, I don't think that's such a bad idea, but it's, like, genuinely upsetting to me that people literally, it's you see it mostly in America. It's, like, upsetting to me that people, like, genuinely are putting, like, the fear of having to pay or being chased by this huge medical debt before, like, anything else. It's horrible. Land of the free unless lists 100 reasons. Exactly. Like, I don't want to, like, this isn't, like, us coming after Americans, but, like, genuinely, like, it's like, guys, what is your fucking pharmacy companies doing, my dudes? And I know this affects us as well, like, in the UK, but realistically, like, the general consumer is not having to pay for that, you know? But, you know, the NHS has its own problems, like huge waiting list. You know, 7 to 10 years for an autism diagnosis. Gender reassignment as well is another 7 years. Not that those two are connected, but, like, in terms of, like, what I know as waiting lists, like, you used to have to get diagnosed with, like, gender dysphoria before you could get any, like, help. I don't know if you still have to do that. But, like, that used to be a, like, 5 to 7 year waiting list, like, which is disgusting because it's like, okay, so what? Like, it's like, why do people have to wait? I just don't get it. Anyway, I I too would be depressed if I was French, bruh. What did the French ever do? Americans being like, ambulance is not your free taxi to the hospital, then what the fuck is it then? It's not a taxi like service. Like in the UK, like if you call up, like if you call 999, which is our emergency line number, if you call 999, ask for an ambulance, if you're not actively having like a heart attack or bleeding from the brain or something, or like something like that they consider a medical emergency, if there's someone nearby that can drive you to a hospital, they'll ask them to do it. They will not send an ambulance out unless the person needs medical attention immediately. If there's a first aider nearby, like in my workplace, we had someone come in. I don't want to go into too much detail, but we had someone come in, had an injury on the way to work, so came in with like their skull caved in. I wish I was exaggerating. They were bleeding profusely, right? I was not a first aider at the time, but this situation pushed people to get us into first aiding, which is why I was able to become a first aider. But they came in bleeding from their like skull, like full on. We called an ambulance, like my workplace called an ambulance for this person, and it was the middle of the night, right? First thing in the morning. They literally said, we can send an ambulance, but it'll be a 3-hour wait. There's an ambulance station, like, not too far from where I work, right? They're like, it's a 3-hour wait. You're better off just driving them to a hospital, which, by the way, in Cornwall, we have one hospital. So, you know, it's not doable. So they had to drive this person to the hospital while they were bleeding out their head. By the way, with no first aider, so like we couldn't. It was not right. And as a first aider now, in that like looking back at that situation, horrifying. It's not how that should have happened. But genuinely, like they were fine. By the way, if anyone's concerned, like the way the people who weren't, you know, first aiders, but everyone kind of pulled together what they knew from previous work experience, managed to patch them up based on what the paramedic over the line told us what to do, patch this person up, and then like they were fine. But like it could have been so much worse. And it's just like the fact that they were literally like, oh, they're bleeding from the skull, might be leaking like brain fluid onto your like cafeteria floor. Oh yeah, ambulance, 3-hour wait minimum. Sorry, got other people. And it's like, why? It's like, geez, what the fuck? I know. And like, it's the idea of like, are we still just chatting? Oh god, thank you, Mina. It's just crazy to me that it was like, genuinely like, they were like, yeah, we could send an ambulance, but like, you know, not a priority. It's like, what is considered more of a medical priority than someone literally bleeding from the brain? Like, I mean, I'm all for like, yeah, heart attack. You know, pretty big medical emergency. Needs prioritizing. But I literally, other than that, like, obviously, like, you're more than welcome to correct me, but I'm, like, genuinely, like, what else could be a priority? So, realistically, I don't think it was so much a priority. I think it was genuinely that they're just that understaffed, especially down in Cornwall. We have one hospital, and realistically, it's not really a proper hospital, in a sense. Like, they still kind of have to refer you to, what's the closest one? I think Derriford, which is in Plymouth, quite away from me, so I wouldn't know, but it's like they have to refer you basically to Plymouth for anything like super intensive, and even then sometimes they refer you to Exeter, which is even further away. So it's like, whoa. Welcome, your innocent friend, good to see you. But yeah. It's not really a free taxi, but it's like, what else, you know, what else are you supposed to take? Most taxi drivers won't take you. I'd rather walk something off than go to hospital, just cause, oh god, I don't like going to the doctors for anything like that I don't deem an emergency anyway, mostly just because my doctor's surgery near me is horrendous. I know most of the people in there. I've literally been laughed at over the phone over things that I've been struggling with medically, which was horrible. Turns out I actually had something wrong, which was super nice to find out. But yeah, it's genuinely like so horrific. Like some of the things you like hear happen. But like for me, it's like I would just walk stuff off. But I've been to the emergency room like I think I went 2 times last year, maybe this year. No, it was twice last year I went. One for like bleach in my eye, which they did deem a priority, and another one was for severe concussion from a workplace injury, which you guys knew both about those because they both happened on Thursday, which meant stream was cancelled. I mean that at least makes sense, but yeah, I got the answer for that question, Jasper, but I'm under NDA. Which question? Guys, help our friend's skull has caved in and he's like bleeding all over everything. Paramedic, cool, drive him there. Guys, what the fuck? What are we supposed to do? Paramedic, I don't know, wrap his head like a mummy, it'll do the job, I think. Sorry, you're not rich, get someone else on the line, hangs up. Genuinely, like, the paramedic on the line was like, it's so stupid. Like, they were super nice about it. They're like, it's so dumb that, like, it would take 3 hours, so you can wait, and, like, someone will be there, but realistically, you can just patch them up and drive them, and we were just like, okay, then. We literally, and the worst part was, no one in could drive at that point, because you have to have more than one person in a vehicle when there's a medical emergency. You have to have the first aider, and you also have to have a designated driver. At the time, the only person that could drive them there was the only person able to give any kind of medical care because they'd had previous training. So we had no one to drive this person there. We had to call someone in from their holiday to come in to drive this person there. And if you guys are like, well, wasn't your boss in? Why didn't they drive them? And my boss doesn't have a driver's license. So yeah, like it was such a dumb one. There's a priority list for emergencies, but it's not an easy thing to explain when someone's in pain. Yeah, like genuinely. Right, greetings, young adept. I have enclosed this package item of arcane significance. Use it wisely. Okay, I have about 5 of those, but thanks. Use it wisely. Okay. Put it straight in there. Yeah, no, I genuinely am not like... Yeah, look. Use it wisely. Okay, I'll use it to pay my bills. But yeah, so... Oh yeah, it's the Festival of the Winter Star today, isn't it? I've got my bottle of wine for our lover boy. Which now I feel like I'm cheating on because I've basically just announced to everyone that I have a boyfriend, so who's Harvey? Harvey, we don't know her, you know? Also, guys, if any of you like have some really great tofu recipes, please, please, please hit me up on Discord. You can share it in the substance channels. Please, I need, because I don't know what to do, and the last time I cooked tofu, it went horribly. So but like giving up meat is going, well, I'm not giving up meat, but I've given up, I think I had chicken yesterday, so the first time I've had meat this week was yesterday. So cutting down on my meat consumption is going well. I just, the only reason I had the meat was because your girl had some, I went to the shops and there's something in my eye. They had it reduced. Oh. It was reduced, so rather than it getting chucked, because realistically, let's face it, food wastage by supermarkets is abhorrent, I think is the word. Anyway, so I ended up with fuck, I forgot what I'm saying. I ended up with some chicken shawarma pieces from Co-op because I didn't really want them getting tossed. They were good. Fun. They don't drop as much as I remember. Yeah. 3 hours for an ambulance. The hell kind of ambulance is that? A Benz patent motor wagon from these in 85? I know, right? They gotta wind it up. Prehistoric tibia. Why is he going here when the Feast of the Winter Star is on? Also, why is he here when the Feast of the Winter Star is going? What is going on? What on earth? Never ate tofu. It's not popular here unless you're in Prague, which is full of people who eat it. Woohoo! Mostly because they want to be cool and civilized like the West. I'm just curious about it. I've got that winter banner. Why is this just a clam? Why is he selling like just a clam? A clam. Look, it's the winter star. It's so pretty. I wish our town could always look like this. Oh, my mistake. It's just a decoration. I wonder if that is like... I don't know. Sometimes I dread going to parties, but afterwards I'm always glad I went. Excuse me, where are my manners? The spice cider has quite a potent fizz to it. Okay. Oh, hello. Don't pay any mind to me, go and enjoy yourself. Do you think I can go in here? I'm a simple man, Jasper. I'm thankful for a solid roof over my head and a hot can of beans in the morning. I could use some new blacksmithing tools. Mine have gotten a little rusty over the years. Mulled wine is the only thing keeping me warm this freezing weather. I think that's the only thing that keeps you warm ever. Hello, Jasper. What kind of gift are you hoping to receive this year? Iridium milk pail. Oh, I've never heard of such a thing. It sounds expensive. I have no idea either. Good night, modest man. Rod, and thank you for the Mapo tofu recommendation. Oh yeah, not throwing shade at you or anything. No. I genuinely, like, don't really eat tofu for, like... I'm just curious about trying meat-free stuff, like, that's got protein in it. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Oh, don't eat Mapo tofu if you can't handle anything spicy. I'm okay with spice. Happy feasting, Jasper. Happy feast of the winter star, Jasper. This is a time to unwind and enjoy good company and express the gratitude for what we have. Oh. One benefit of the cold weather is that I can put frozen pizzas under the tree. Someone's in for a real treat. Is it time to open presents yet? Mayor personally invited me to his table. I couldn't turn that down. Aww. Eat while it's still fresh and hot. I could go on all day about my new method of making candy canes, but I'll spare you the details this year. This year? Isn't the tree gorgeous? I spent all morning decorating it with Maureen and Jodie. It's a fun tradition. I wonder which present is mine. I hope it's the big box. I guess it's nice the whole family is together for once. It's pretty chilly today. Good thing everyone here is bundled up. I couldn't imagine anything worse than Christmas Day going outside in the courtyard. Well, to be fair, I live in England, so it's like literally like gonna be pissing with rain down, right? But I couldn't imagine anything worse than going outside on Christmas Day. Well, my husband got me a new power saw this year. Oh, he must have forgotten that he got me the same thing 2 years ago. Demetrius doesn't really care, does he? This green jelly has a minty flavour to it. I wonder how mint became associated with the feast of the winter stars. Does mint even grow in winter? I think because it's cold, right? It's something to do with that. I got the toy dinosaur I wanted, see? It's called, Stegosaurus, I think. Seeing my little boy happy and healthy is what I'm thankful for. This spot is perfect is for the overflow presents. There's just too many to count this year. Who gives someone a Jojoa basket? Dude. What's going on down here? Why is it all... It's all still open. Weird. Okay. Alright, I suppose I should give... Oh wait, well these guys up here. Whoops. Gotta go and greet everyone on Christmas. Dude, Jasper, did you ever see like a food in a carton or anime that looked delicious, but you saw it IRL, you're like, what the fuck? Where's the pretty? Where's the sparkles? Yeah, I mean, I think any like anime like ramen dish looks really good, but realistically, IRL, I probably wouldn't eat it because it's just gonna be too watery for me. So I'm always like a bit disappointed. Also, when they always crack an egg into it, and I'm like, man, that looks so good. But then you like realize that they're cracking a raw egg into it and eating it raw, and I'm just like, what? I can't cope with that. The texture would be too much. Go to your stream, Mina. Yes, Mina, go to your stream. I am. Good night, Ruth. Nice. Cute. I already spent all day with the family anyway. Why do I need a big hubbub about the cold? You are more than welcome to join us at our table, dear. Oh no, that's okay. I'm gonna sit with my husband. I'm pretty sure there's a grid ball shaped present with my name on it under the spirit tree. He was my Secret Santa last year. Alex? Yeah, Alex was the one that gifted to me last year. I don't remember. I think Jodie was the person I gifted to. Give Harvey his secret gift, yes. Oh, so it's you. Yes, it's me. We're married. Of course it's me. An apple wine, thanks. Oh, little Jazz. Little Jazz gave me mine. That's so cute. Excuse me. Ah, my heart. I have a gift for you. I found it last summer when I was playing at the beach. I hope you like it. Ah. Whoa. Whoa. I thought she was gonna give me like a seashell or something. You received a magma geode. Cute. I'm glad you moved here, Mama Jasper. Ah. Girl, girl got you a lava stone. I know. Those are straight to a girl's heart. Is that it? So cute. I guess that's it. Need any last minute gifts? I've got you covered. Take a look at my wares. Is that what this is for? I don't think there's anything that I would gift anyone though. Maybe that for Harvey, but oh well. Yay! Wonder if I can make wine with this. I'm curious. You know what? Fuck it. I'm curious. I'm gonna do it. Jasper, you prepared that maybe someday you'll be called Mama Jasper? No. I don't think the kids will ever call me mother in any way, shape, or form. And I, to be honest, am not going to encourage them for that. They have a mum. It's not me. I do refer to them as my kids in a way because they are essentially under my care from time to time, and that will hopefully increase in the future. But in terms of like motherly, not even slightly. I'm more like a cool aunt, you know. More like a cool aunt, you know. Like I'm down with the kids, but I'm not motherly. I have no motherly instinct, and I am not their mom, so they won't ever call me mom. And I'm not going to encourage them to call me mom. Not long now, and we'll be no air traffic this morning, honey, but it's still fun to break out the equipment every now and again. What was I saying? Oh, I don't remember. Whoa. This doesn't look like you're looking very hard for these truffles. Well, fuck off, Mimi. You know, like, they won't come out until, like... They won't... The pig's gotta come outside in order to produce the truffles. And they won't come outside in the winter, so... Your girl has to wait, and you have to wait, which is why this, like, stream has taken so long. Because I've run out of things to do, and... You know what, Mimi? It's shearing time. If you didn't know, the sheep's called Mimi. Haircut time. Naked sheep, get your hands off me. Heathen. Of course, but your reaction to it would be funny, not gonna lie. I think I would just go, computing? I can imagine you freezing in place while your brain does dial-up internet noise. 110%. That is exactly what my reaction would be. It would just be like, what? It would be a combination of trying not to make a big deal out of it, but also at the same time trying to just not acknowledge it, if that makes sense. None of this is gonna be what I'm after. Fuck off. Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Wait. Ooh. Do we get the Harvey portrait? I can afford it. Do we? Oh my god, that would be so funny. Let me see. Oh, I've just got what you need, amaranth. I don't need amaranth. I've got plenty of amaranth. You don't have a truffle. Is it what I need? I need a truffle. Are you kidding? Oh. Oh yeah, Jasper, did you see Mimi's strawberry flavored milk? No. I don't know why I capitalized milk. Bruh, what? No, I didn't see this. What is this? Sent it into memes. I will take a look. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, hang on. Someone's asking me something on the Discord. There we go. I do like the strawberry milk. You know what? I'm not a fan of strawberry milk. It's not something I would consume, but I'd consume that brand of strawberry milk, you know? I'm just saying. Dude, that sounds so weird. I'm a bit uncomfortable that I said that now. Got to think of it. I'm not like, oh wait, it's technically breast milk. Would I drink breast milk? Chat. Yes or no? Option given, would you drink breast milk? I'm genuinely curious. Like, is that something you have done, are willing to do? I want to vote. No, I don't, because I don't think anyone would answer it. But, like, genuinely, I'm curious. I've never done it. I don't think I would. I think I would be uncomfortable at the... I'm not a big milk drinker anyway, so it's not something I do. You're also not a fan of OJ2. No, I like apple juice, if that is gonna mean something. And I like chocolate chalky milk, but and And I like other flavors, but banana or strawberry, no. Forget it. I don't drink milk in general. I don't drink any milk that doesn't come from, like, a plant. Which, I remember talking about with Lul in the supermarket when we first moved in. He was like, well, he made that classic joke of like, well, where does the milk, like, because I said I'm gonna start making my own nut milk because it's cheaper to make it, apparently. And Paul went, but how? How are you gonna milk the nuts? And I was like, got little teats on it. It's Mimi's milk brand, bruh. I think Mimi would appreciate me milking. God damn. Is it from Mimi? I don't know. I'm not asking the questions. I try it, but I doubt I'd like it. I've heard it's very sweet, and I'm a bit like, ugh. Your own nut milk, not my nut milk, but like plant-based milks. Don't be uncivilized heathens. I like apple juice. Of course you... you My Little Pony fruit bat pony looking... Listen, fam, okay? I'm Cornish. We like our ciders, and cider is made out of fucking apples, and I like apple juice, like straight up apple juice. Wow. My hips are not enjoying this position on the floor. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm probably not going to be able to stream for much longer because I'm really getting uncomfortable sitting on the floor. Mimi's own milk. Mimi milk, bro, say less. Oh. You can't send links in the chat, my dude, sorry. It was about 15, right? I don't remember, it was so long. There we go. What the? Sorry, it's automatic at this point. No, it's all good. I'm not like shaming anyone for doing it. I'm just letting you know, like, it's not gonna be a it's on the Discord if people want to. You can do !! Discord if you want to view what he's on about. Whoa. I realized you and Mimi could literally see each other. Oh my god, I'm slow. What do you mean, like, because we live in the same country? Because I don't think people realize how far away Mimi is from me. It's not like it's not a trip I can just make, you know? So, yeah, hypothetically, I could just go and see Mimi if I wanted to. But there is a reason we haven't, and it's just because Cornwall is quite far away from Wales. Ooh. Ow! Little shit. Jasper, I'm Cornish. Americans, huh? Okay, so you're like sweet. Jasper, what? Americans like sweet Cornish. No, not like that. What the fuck is sweet Cornish? Lol, we are very far away. 6-hour drive, you're not that far. Anyone outside of the UK, 6-hour drive is nothing. To people in the UK, a 6-hour drive is not a small undertaking. It is, like, it's quite a way. And by quite a way, I don't mean, like, it's a long drive. Like, that's not just what we mean when we say, like, it's far away. It's, like, it's... How do I word it? It's, like... How do I word it? It's, when you consider the fact that in the UK, it's very rare to get, like, a straight road, if that makes sense. We're not, like, it's not, like, there isn't a highway, you know? It's not, like, a huge, like, space to go and... Oh, I'm really distracted because I'm having to fucking deal with all this. It's not easy. Like, I would have to go, well, like, I don't drive personally, which is part of the problem. It would be a huge drive because I would be going over, like, terrains and, like, going through, like, really tight sort of country roads. It's that sort of area. And, how else do you word it? Like... I don't really know how to explain it. It sounds like I'm making excuses. Mimi and I will meet up at some point. It's just gonna be like... I was supposed to go to Wales earlier this year. But life sort of happened. And so it's not happened. But, like, realistically, yes, I could hypothetically just go and see Mimi. However, if I was to not drive and take a train, for example, it would cost me somewhere in the hundreds to do it, right? And so I have to get someone to drive me, and that's not a small drive, and that's a whole thing. I don't know what else to say. Welcome, Lordy! Good to see you, good to see you. Just dropping in to say if Maple tries to give you any tips, don't listen to her. I'm sorry! You know, like sweet corn. Is that what they call, like, sweet Cornish? Oh, okay, I see. Bro, why hasn't the UK just, dug train tunnels straight to each city at this point? We have trains. I just live in rural Cornwall, which means that any public transport is non-existent where I live. And if you weren't aware, recently we had a huge budget cut on the Cornish bus transport services. Most of North Cornwall has no access to public transport. And, not that that's relevant. Well, I mean, it might be. You never know. But, like, it's not doable. I don't really know how to explain it to you. I used to be able to, like, if I wanted to go up country, I used to be able to get on a bus and go to somewhere in Devon and go to like London, you know, overnight. Can't do that anymore. Like, I still have to get to Devon somehow. It's like just there's been a huge budget cut in the like public transport sector in the UK, and as a result, most of Cornwall has actually, in fact, there was like a recent announcement where the government has basically announced their plans for their plans for the budget inclusion for like for the rest of the UK, and Cornwall has been completely left out of it, which is horrendous and disgraceful. And I am not the only person that's been really up in arms about it. It's not good. Right, it's like something that's happened recently. It's just that, like, in terms of like, yeah, like we have it, but it's like not available. I don't really know how to explain it better than that. So for me, if I want to go see Mimi, and I don't drive, so if I wanted to go and see Mimi just on public transport basis, I have to get a bus, and then I have to get another bus, and then I have to potentially miss a bus to get a further bus to a city centre somewhere, where I can get another bus or a train to a bigger city where I would have to get a connecting train. I probably have to go in the opposite direction several times to get to anywhere else in the UK. It's so fucking stupid. There are so many words that I could describe the like Cornish, just like it's just not it's not okay. And it's not even our fault. It's literally like we are just forgotten about in terms of like the UK budgeting and stuff. I think a lot of places in the UK just think of like, oh, Cornwall, like the tourist destination. It's like, yeah, people live here. And there aren't many jobs other than the tourist industry here. It sucks. It's a whole thing. I'm fortunate to not work in the tourist industry. I would die if I worked in the tourist industry because, for one, I would make no money most of the year, and also I can't cope with people, and it's just like, it's just not nice. It's just not great living here. I sound like I'm complaining. It's very beautiful. I'm very lucky, but like at the same time, it fucking blows because we just don't have like the infrastructure for, you know, living here. It's a whole tangent I could go on about. It's just not good. So yes, I could hypothetically just go and see Mimi, but realistically, I can't. It's not feasible, and especially not feasible with like my stress of like transport. Hang on. Sorry, that was full. Dig, Jasper, dig. Dig, Jasper, dig. No. Money, I know. Jasper, you got claws, you got that rabbit, and you just dig a tunnel. I mean, I would. But knowing me, I'd go in the wrong direction and get upset. You could say Cornwall's being walled off. Literally, I get really annoyed when, like... No, this is getting political. I need to be careful because I'm really not a political channel. It just upsets me sometimes. I'm not, like, trying to discredit, like, for example, like Scotland wanting independence. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, like, Scotland, at least you're like somewhat included in like the budgeting of the UK. Like Cornwall is just forgotten about 90% of the time, so we are literally like most of the time just self-sufficient, but we can't afford to be self-sufficient. If you didn't know, Cornwall is considered like in Cornwall we have in the UK we are the highest poverty rate is Cornwall, which you wouldn't think is correct because tourist industry you can't survive off the tourist industry. So the Cornwall has the highest poverty rate in the UK. Most people can't afford to live down here. Most people don't have access to housing. I'm very, very, very fortunate in the fact that we managed to get a house and managed to get a house as quickly as we did. But I also don't really live in a massively... It's touristy here, but not as much as, say, like trying to think of some examples like Falmouth or Newquay or Truro or like, you know, any of the like towns or cities that have like castles or like features and stuff. We're not really like that high on the like tourist train side of things. And also part of that is because there's no public transport where I live. Or at least the public transport we had has been cut. So in terms of like poverty, most people here can't afford to get a house. And if you can't afford to get a house, you can't afford to get a job, because in order to have a job, you need to have a home address. And if you don't have a home address, you can't get a job. So a lot of people in Cornwall are either on some form of benefits or are homeless, essentially. The amount of times I see, because we have like a local notice board. I think most places do, but like our Facebook notice board for our area, a lot of the posts you see on there are either people asking for a job or asking for somewhere to live, and it's a huge problem here. And it's like, this is why I like get kind of in the kind of space of like politics wise, I can see why most Cornwall wants independence, because we are literally having to be self-sufficient. The UK like government, I just don't want to get political. It's just like we're just forgotten about, and it's horrible, and it just causes so many issues. It's a whole thing. Don't, you know. Yeah. It's not nice living here, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's great. I love being here. I'm Cornish through and through. I would not live anywhere else in the world. But, like, realistically, I just have tried my hardest to survive here. And I've had it set up for me that I've been able to survive. I'm very much in one of those undesirable jobs. I'm a night worker. I'm in warehousing. It's not a desirable job. I know that our staffing rates are really bad because we go through like temporary positions like crazy. It's like, because we have temporary positions that are available for permanent positions, but people don't last that long. It's a really undesirable job. And it's always weird to me because I've like stuck at it, which meant that I could save to have a house and then I could save to do things. I'm in a very, very privileged position, but I know so many people in just my general like circle, let alone like the rest of Cornwall. It's just like they can't afford to do that, and it's disgusting. Like that we just can't even we can't afford to like do things. We can't get any public transport to go anywhere. Most people can't drive here, and it's not safe to drive here because it's all country lanes, and people come down here at 70 miles an hour, even though the local speed limit is 60 miles an hour. Please stop coming here on your holidays and driving at 75 miles an hour down a country road. It's illegal. I stand by what I said. Cornwall, so are we getting any transport? We kind of need it. We're far as fuck away from everywhere else. UK, nah. Cornwall, now listen here, you jelly deal eating mother stabbers. Straight up, like, I think our local MP has kind of made his stance on it very, very aware in, like, Parliament. He's been very, like, spokesman-y for us. And it's just, like, really sad, because it's like he shouldn't have to be. Like, it's really just a bit upsetting to know that Cornwall literally was forgotten about in the recent like budget announcement for like public transport. Like literally we weren't even on the like information. It was just horrible. I mean, to be honest, Scotland knows how to throw a hissy fit. Yeah, but Scotland's also bigger. This is the thing you got to keep in mind is like Scotland's bigger. But like I know that they struggle in Edinburgh with like the tourist industry because they've got like people buying like second homes up there and stuff. Down here it's so bad as well. I don't know if it's worse. I think it's worse. Most people, we had a real problem during COVID. Because people had so many second homes here. They didn't but they during the summer obviously there was a lockdown. So we couldn't like we people who had a second home here wanted to come down here to like spend their lockdown because, you know, it's nicer to be down here. There were so many posts and public announcements saying, please, 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 if you are gonna come down to Cornwall during the COVID crisis, don't, because we have one hospital and a lot of elderly people in our communities who need that help, and to have people coming in from other parts of the UK that are more kind of contaminated with COVID, it was just like gonna be detrimental. We literally had a massive, massive problem of people shipping, like through the Royal Mail, shipping their luggage through the Royal Mail to go undetected, and then traveling down so that when like they were stopped, they didn't like have like things in the back to show they were moving. They didn't get stopped by the police. It was a really big problem down here. And it was like, in a way, it should have been good because then we had like people coming to live down here, but like, whereas most of the homes in the UK are usually empty, and it's just a bit horrific. Like, I know for a fact that next door to me is completely empty. It's not in a livable state, mind you, but I know someone's working on it to be a rental, which we do need in Cornwall. We need rental places, but like, it's a bit like sad that when I was looking for a home to buy, I was looking at potentially paying double what I would pay up country for a home, for my only home. I will never have a second home. I will never be able to afford a second home. I know that people might be like, well, Jasper, you're a hypocrite, because my dad has a second home. It's not a second home in the sense of like, we've bought it with the intention of like using it to like live in. Like, it was inherited and then done up by someone who needed to live there, and they've been living there, so it has a tenant. Even though we've tried many times to get my dad to sell it because he's not a landlord, but never mind. But like, it's, you know, it's just a bit upsetting that we get people like coming from up country and like just buying the houses that are cheap down here just come and live in on their holidays, and it's like, please stop. And this is, I don't want to like throw shade at anyone that does this, because like, I know there might be some people in my community that like, I have a second home in the UK. Don't think I'm coming for you personally, but just like, be just aware of the fact that like, we can't afford to live in the houses here, despite the fact that we live and work here and our families are here, you know? It's a problem. Jasper, I'm not British, but what is inheritance tax? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I genuinely don't know. I think it's something to do with the farmers. It's something you might have to look up yourself, because I don't know. I think the Cornwall fishing industry would be huge. It's not that big down here, and also only if you live in a coastal town. And then it's big. But like, the farming industry down here is bigger than the fishing industry, which is it's a bit sad because there aren't enough homes being built to accommodate for the people like living here, which means that like, farmland is kind of under a bit of threat because they need to buy the farmland to build houses, you know? Like, my local area has increased, I think, quite a lot recently to accommodate for homes. They built a bunch of new estate houses recently. Really affordable, right? I have the money to put down a deposit for one, right? Mortgage lenders said no because I'm a single, well, I was looked at as a single woman because Paul couldn't go on the mortgage with me. There's a good reason for that. It's not something I'm going to be discussing because that goes into personal territory, but there is a reason Paul can't go on to the mortgage with me currently. But it's like, you know, like I can't afford to pay for like a £60,000 house, you know? And I have enough for a deposit for it. But like mortgage lenders said no. So sucks. But like someone who lives and works in London can. It's a thing. Fuck. It reminds me when I used to watch this American who left for Scotland because you know, reasons, and now has a proper accent after many years, and even had a book about tartans, the history of them, what clan they belong to, etc. Very interesting, and I forgot why I brought this up. No, that's okay, that's interesting. Cornwall also has a tartan. We have a tartan pattern. It's yellow and black, if you didn't know. But yeah, I don't actually know about inheritance tax or anything. Mimi does though. When someone passes away, anything they leave, the inheritee will need to pay a percentage of tax on it, so you will be taxed. So you get taxed while alive, and then your grieving relatives get taxed too. What the fuck, lol, I'm not moving to England. Yeah, it's dumb. I think it's mainly affecting farmers at this minute because obviously like they're getting like taxed massively on like their farmland that they've inherited, which means that a lot of them are having to then sell that farmland. It's a thing. It's really not nice because like farmers don't make enough money as it is. But you know, they're also the ones that end up with the highest amount of inheritance, so it's not great. It's not ideal, but I don't know enough about inheritance tax to really comment on it, I'm afraid. Lol, we don't even have that in the US. We've got all sorts of weird taxes over here. Like, I know that you guys, like, include, you don't include the tax of things on, like, the price of them. So, like, if you're paying, like, $19 for something in the supermarket, you've got to then pay 10% of that, right? Or something like that. I don't know enough about it. Please don't come for me. But we don't have that in the UK. It's all included in the price. So if something costs £2 at your local Tesco, when you take it to the till, it costs £2. Like, you don't have to then work out like 10% of that tax or whatever you guys have to work out. We don't do that. So, which is great because I could not cope with the stress of doing that. But like, so we don't have that, but we do, like, we do have weird taxes. Like, there are some really weird things we have to pay tax on. Fun fact, you used to have to pay a thing called a window tax in the UK, which meant that if you had a certain amount of windows or something, you used to have to pay tax on it, which is why in the UK that you find a lot of houses, especially older houses, have like these window shaped bricks, like brick patterns on them, where the windows have been bricked up to avoid the window tax. But we have all sorts of like weird taxes over here as well. Oh. Why is there another train passing through? The only stipulation is if the relative has debt. Yeah, you have to pay. I think you have to pay your relative's debt in the UK. I knew someone that their mother died and had like a stupid amount of like credit card debt. I asked them like, did you ever pay that debt? And they said no. And yet they couldn't get like a debit card or anything, which meant that they'd gone into bankruptcy and hadn't been told about it. I knew someone that had done that, which is crazy to know. But yeah, so you have to cover your relatives' debt or something. I don't know. Someone keeps texting me. Oh, okay. I think I'm just getting notifications from my Discord. Fucking window tax. Are you fucking mental? Why not tax people for breathing at this fucking point? Oh my god, yeah, it's a whole thing. You also, in some places have to pay tax on like, fucking your car emissions in the UK. I think in high emission zones you have to pay tax on like emission tax or something. Like I know it's a case in London and in Edinburgh and Scotland. You have to pay tax on your car's emissions. You pay a congestion fee in London. It's good because it's trying to cut down on like what do you call it? It's trying to cut down on what do you call it? High emission rates, greenhouse gases and all that, ozone layer damage. It's that, trying to cut down on that. But yeah. It's a bit silly. In the US, debt is if you have a relative has something you want or have, they have to, if they have debt, you have to pay off their debt to receive the items. Otherwise, their assets go to brokers to pay off the debt. I think that's a thing in the UK as well. It's like, if the person wasn't declared bankrupt in their life, we still get brokers come and collect things. Net redeemed drink, do we think I will drink to that? But yeah, I think that's a thing here. But the person I knew, it was like, their mother was a drug dealer. So like, they had nothing. So I think their family just went into like bankruptcy when she died. Here inheritance works like, I don't know, I don't care, I don't want any of my relatives' shit. I know that I've been left inheritance. I've received inheritance. Most of my savings are based on inheritance that I've received from family members over the years. My grand's property, so the property my dad owns, and my dad's house have been left to me and my sibling when my dad dies. If my mother dies before him, if she is still alive when he dies, then it will go to her, and she's made it very clear that she will just sell it on the spot. Like, the bed won't even be cold, she'll just sell them. And the money will be given to us as a result, which is, you know, I don't really care. But in terms of like, there's things. I don't really think there's anything physical that I've been left by my family. And I don't think there's anything that's been physically left in my family for some time. I don't think I want to talk about this because I might not want to talk about it, but I know Paul was left physical things when his dad died. So, but that's the only example I know about things. But in terms of like physical things, I've never been left. I don't know if I've been left anything. I think my dad's got his like, there's like some stuff from another country that he wants to go in a museum that I've told him if he wants that dealt with, he needs to leave instructions for me in his will and I'll deal with it. That's the only thing I know about, but anything else I'm not really... don't really know anything about, I'm afraid. But no, I don't really care for any of my, like, relative stuff. I don't think there is anything that relatives have assigned to me when they die other than money. But I don't think anyone in my family really has inheritance worth items, if that makes sense. Oh, actually, come to think of it, I think my mum got her dad's rings when he died. I'm not 100% sure on that one, though. The UK also has a house area tax, where the square meters of their house determined how much they pay. That's why a lot of yield houses were small at the bottom and big and tall on the top. Yeah, we have a thing, we pay council tax. I am on the lower council tax. I'm on council tax group B. I think I can talk about this because I'm not really sure how they work it out, but I'm on the lower council tax for my area, so I'm not paying very much, but I think my parents pay quite high council tax for their area. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, we have to pay council tax, and it's so dumb. No one enjoys paying council tax because, fun fact, in Cornwall, our council tax does fuck all. I don't know where the money goes. It literally comes out of our expenses and then is gone, like, immediately, right? Because the amount of potholes in England, like in Cornwall, is stupid, right? You have to complain about it and tell them where they are, and they'll come and fill them in, but they'll put like the tiniest amount of concrete in there, like to fill it, like tarmac. And like most of the time, because of the way they do it, they really need to resurface the road, but they won't. So a lot of the time, that hole reopens because they just don't pay for it to be like dealt with. And this is also why we don't have a lot of like road sort of markings and stuff in Cornwall. We don't know where the council tax goes. And then they went through a thing when the energy crisis hit where they started turning off street lamps, which in Cornwall was ridiculous because a lot of our like lanes are like country lanes, so like turning off the street lamps just meant no one could see anything. I remember walking to work a few times and like pitch black. I run into all sorts of weirdos on my way to work. It was not a nice time. It's a bit of a weird one. Okay, I have more than that many scrolls. Dun 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 dun. Whoa. 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 What the fuck is council? Is that like HOA, but for a whole city? Is that not a thing everywhere else? Council tax. Your local council. So in Cornwall we have Cornwall Council. I have to pay tax for them every month. Have you ever had an ancient seed? I think so. I think I've got one growing in the greenhouse. They're worth quite a bit, I know that much. Okay, we should go to... Right. I'm gonna go and see... I don't think she's here today. Oh, also Marie... Marnie wanted a fucking emerald, didn't she? And we accepted that. inheritance guy, and Jasper, for you existing, your inheritance is a boot to the head, pretty much. Oh, you know where it's going? Daddy Councilman needs another yacht. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, really, to comment on it. But council tax, I'm surprised that isn't a thing everywhere else. Jasper, what? Now you're the only one that doesn't get to see Mina and Maple in a bunny suit. Where? Where? Jasper, I don't know what a council is in the UK. Oh, not you, that was for rare. Oh, is that what prostitutes call it when they get a commission from a very old guy? Agency. Oh, whoa, gross. In Castle, I don't really know because they don't do anything. It's supposed to be for, like, you know, they look after the roads and stuff. They pay for the potholes to be filled. They pay for the street lamps. They pay for the local amenities, you know, the leisure centers. That's usually what they do. What do they actually do? Nothing. What is a local council? In the UK, a local council or local authority is a governing body elected by residents to manage the affairs of specific geographic areas, such as a town, parish, or city. These councils are responsible for delivering a wide range of services, from maintaining roads and public spaces to managing schools and social services. They also have a role in local planning and development, representing local interests and working with other organizations and community to improve quality of life for residents. They don't do that. I know that our local MP does a lot for the community, so I will, like, stand by him. But the Cornwall Council that we pay a stupid amount of money towards, they shut down literally, like, most of the local amenities where I am, so there's, like, nothing here anymore. They don't fill in the potholes. Most of the street lamps don't work half the time. And, we pay a stupid amount of money to them every month, and it's silly. So that's what they're supposed to do. They also, fun fact, they are also the deciding factor in what your local sexual health services provide. I wish I was kidding. So for me, I'm very fortunate in Cornwall because our local sexual health service will provide me to get my coil replaced, and they'll provide for me to get my they'll provide for me to get, like, birth control and, like, STD and HIV testing free of charge through postal services. So ours is Sexual Health 24, or SH24, for my local area, but that is dependent on your area. Some places the local council will only provide for it through your NHS service. It's completely up to your local council, which I think is disgraceful. But, you know, our ones are pretty good. Hey, is that the emerald I requested? Thanks so much. Let's see here. What do I owe you? Oh, I was gonna buy some stuff from you. I don't think I'm gonna get this bug amount. What I was going to say is, it's such a pleasure to see organized chess. Thank you. The city government, I guess that's what you could call it. Chat, no, you're the only one that doesn't get to see me, Mimi in a burly suit. Just but where? Not that I want to see that or anything, but where? Oh yeah, that's the city government. Yeah. Oh my god, you're Ugo. God. Yeah, no, I don't actually really know very much about like local councils or anything like that. It's not really something that I deal with. I just pay the bill, which I've only just now had to start paying because now I live in my own place. I have to pay it for myself. Well, I mean it's split between me and Paul, but it really annoys me because it's so much money. You guys want to know how much it is? I don't know if this is comparable to everywhere else. Council tax. Oh, it's just giving me my local one. Council tax bans. Okay. Cornwall Council has approved an increase of 4.99% for its element of council tax charge. This equates to an additional £94.45 on Band D charge. This includes a 2%, to help fund adult social care services. Only 2%. The Devon and Cornwall Police and Crime Commissioner has chosen to increase their element of council tax by 4.99%, while the average town has chosen to increase. Jesus Christ. Has chosen to increase their element of council tax by 4.99. Whilst the average town and parish council charge has increased by 5.27% for 2025 to 2026. Oh my god. Okay, you ready for this? So, I don't know how they calculate where your council tax is. However, I'm on the cheaper end. Let's look at the most expensive. So Band H is the most expensive in Cornwall, right? You ready for this? Your yearly, this is how much you have to pay for the year, right? Is this a year? I think this is for the year, isn't it? In total for the year, you have to pay, if you're on the Cornwall Council Tax Band H, you have to pay £4,919.84 a year for the council tax. The amount of money, Cornwall Council gets £3,974.40 of that. Devon and Cornwall Police gets £576.40 of that. And Parish and Town Council get £369.04 for that. I don't know anywhere with the Band H. That's the most expensive option. I'm on. Actually, I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know how they work it out, so I better look it up because I don't want to like dox myself accidentally. I don't think you can find out where I live from my council tax band. It's on size, location, and shit like that. So my council tax a year is, I don't mind saying this because realistically we pay for it monthly. Our council tax band is band B, so I pay £1,913.28 a year. My council tax. So I'm on the lower end of it, but it's just insane to me that I have to pay that much for someone that doesn't even fill the potholes in my town. It's like a bit silly. But yeah. The bans are like based on your like location and stuff. So mine's a domestic household without a business in it. So I would be on the lower end anyway. Oh, my throat. Where am I getting like? But yeah, it's quite a lot. But that's not including what I get. That doesn't come into including what my tax is for, like my work. So my job, I get taxed for. So every month they take money out of my paycheck to tax me. Because I'm not like, I'm not on any sort of benefits or anything, and I'm not considered like I earn too much to not be taxed. So I pay about 1 month of my paycheck. So every month I get like roughly the same amount every month pay, right? Every year I pay about a month's worth of money in terms of tax, if that makes sense. So I don't know if that's normal, but my work tax is my payroll tax. I don't know what you call it. My tax is basically like I pay the equivalent of a month's I pay a month's worth of tax every year working. And I don't get it back. So if I'm earning like £1,400 a month, we'll just say that roughly, I'd be paying, I don't think that is how much I am, but I'd be paying £1,400 a year in tax. Which is sort of insane to me. That I'm paying that, and then I'm also having to pay to council tax. But like, then I've got to worry about insurance and stuff, and it's just like, man, guys, adulting is horrible. I hate it. Does anyone else feel it? I'm like, man, I genuinely, like, now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, God, this sucks. Sorry, this is a really boring conversation to talk about taxes, but like, geez. Ooh, baby, we're gonna get some bug juices. Being able to raise your own paycheck should be illegal. I feel like, yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? It's like, they're basically just deeming what they need to be paid to, you know, run their kind of operations. And I, personally, I know a police officer, as some of you may know, I had to deal with, like, the police a while ago for my ex-neighbor, not my neighbor anymore. Bitch. I work with her as well. Okay, fantastic. She keeps trying to do me in at work and doesn't succeed. It's fucking brilliant. Anyway, I had to call the police on her kids, right? And um that guy was super nice, and I ran into him at a bar a few like months later, and he was once again super nice, and he explained to me that like he'd rather people call over small stuff like that. Like all the neighbors' kids were doing was like throwing eggs at my window, which technically is property damage. And I knew that if I didn't do something, because they were rowdy and they like constantly like partying at stupid o'clock, I had to work the next morning, and you know my neighbor did know that because she worked with me. So like, you know, it was just unreasonable really. So I had to call the police on her, and I spoke to the guy since, and he was explaining to me that like they've had huge service cost cuts for like our local police and stuff, and he's like basically our police station is like spread between 2 towns, and there's 2 police officers on duty at any one time, which is like, yeah, like, yeah, they're like basically getting to judge their own like paycheck, but like, geez, like, how much of that are they getting? God, it's a whole thing. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but I just know that I pay a bill every month. I don't trust the bobbies in the UK. That's up to you. I had a quite good like chat with this one, and he was super nice. But to be honest, I don't really deal with the police in any other situation, so don't, you know, don't come for me. I don't really have any other situation that I would deal with them, and I wouldn't call them. Oh, I wouldn't call them unless I needed to. What the fuck? I only had to call them that one time because, you know, I'd expressed multiple times, like, that, you know, those kids were keeping me up at night, and I knew she knew about it, and then to have them throw eggs at my window, it was like, okay, enough's enough. Which, by the way, I should have charged her for cleaning that, because she, like, messaged me over Facebook. She was a real bitch about it. If you want to know as well, her name is Karen, literally. Like, it wasn't like, can I speak to the manager? Like, she's genuinely that person. And she, like, literally, like, she contacted me when she found out it was me that called the police. She contacted me over Facebook and was, like, a real bitch about it. And she was like, what the fuck is this about, like, calling the cops on my kids, like, having fun over the weekend? Like, is it illegal for kids to have fun? And she was like, and what's this about them throwing eggs at your window? Can I see proof of this? Like, how do you know it was my household? And I was like, right, all right, bet. I literally sent her the evidence. I wiped the floor with her. It was great. She literally, so Paul was with me at the time. So he saw those kids go into the house, because we can see into her garden, or what was her garden. And she literally, like, went into, like, those kids went straight into the garden after throwing the eggs, and he saw them go, like, because we saw the eggs get thrown, and he watched them walk back into the house. And we knew it was her house. The fact is, like, you can't deny when there's eggs on the window, because it was all over my window. So I literally sent, she's like, prove it. And I was like, okay. So I did. I sent her the photos, and I was like, and also, you can't deny that it was your house. Yeah, like, there weren't any eggs when the policeman went round, and they were acting all surprised and stuff, but we saw them go into your house. So we knew that it was your house, and you weren't the only one with any teenagers in it at this time of night on this day. So who else is it gonna be? And also, the police officer didn't think it was a waste of his time, because yes, it is property damage, and we also have a fragile conservatory, so it's not conservatory, it's like a fucking patio thing, whatever. Thing's falling apart. Anyway, I was like, you are literally like, it's literally like, we had the images as well of the egg splatters, and then I cleaned it, and I did explain to her, I was like, look, like, I'm not trying to cause you a headache. She's like, well, I've heard you complaining about my kids before partying. And I was like, yes, because I have work in the morning. You know this. I literally wiped the floor with her. It was the most satisfactory, like, moment of my life where I was like, genuinely, you can't come for me on this, because I'm right. And you know I'm right. And if it was the tables turned, if it was me throwing eggs at your house, I would be arrested. She would make sure of that. And I was like, don't be a bitch about it. You know what you're doing wrong. Anyway, so that was a whole thing. She has since not spoken to me. She's made my life a bit hard at work, but she's a bitch and everyone knows it, so it's fine. So if you're watching this, Karen, or you hear about this, fuck you. Come for me. Prove that it's me. You won't. Come after me, bitch. I don't care. You're a cow anyway. I don't have any shame. Sorry. Jesus, you're telling me when I realized I just turned 25 and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, if I can't do that because I don't deserve it and I can't be trusted with it, how can someone in a leader position be trusted with it? I know. Your new Mimi Milk, Mimi Milk drop, flavor drop. Of course, her name is Karen. I know, right? Why are you accusing my family of committing crimes? Motherfucker, there's photos of them. Literally, it's like, right. For one, we saw them. Okay? Okay. So there's that. My neighbors also had property damage and they were complaining about it, so I sent her the screenshots of our group chat talking about it. And then, like, to also turn around and be like, also this person that you've known for many years saw those children walk back into the house. They weren't children, they were teenagers, they knew better. And for us to see that happen, it's like not really a deniable situation. Sorry, hen. Like, you can't really wiggle your way around this by going, can I speak to the manager? Because I'm literally telling you, like, no, and here's why. It was genuinely like the smuggest I had ever felt. And fun fact, I actually did this before a stream. I was like waiting to come on live and I had to kind of communicate with this person, and it was like genuinely the most like smug I'd ever felt in my life. It was so good. I don't want to like disturb, like, I'm not like out here, especially because we had like local amenities shut down somewhat recently to this happening. This was quite a while ago. We had local amenities shut down, so they had nowhere to go, essentially. So I was trying not to make a huge fuss about it because I was like, I understand they've got nothing else to do. But then to have our eggs thrown at our window, I was like, okay, there is like boredom and then there's potentially like arrestable offenses. So you gotta pick some, you know? Especially because at the time we had, like, you guys knew, Headbanger, the blackbird that lived in my backyard, he had recently, very recently, had a nest. So to have eggs smashed up all over the floor was not like going to be the most encouraging thing to the birds, right? So it was just not nice. But yeah. Jasper, listen here, Karen. I don't know if you beat your kids or didn't beat them enough. You can't beat your children now. That's not right. But your kids are a fucking nuisance. Go straight in the mouth. The fuck out, or I'll do it with you. But both my antlers, you. No, I would not sort someone's children out. They were like, it was a whole thing. Like, I don't think they were expecting the police to be called because it's just not something that really people do in the UK. We're way too, like, socially inept to do that. Like, we'd be like, oh, I don't want to cause issues. And I was just like, no, this is property damage and it's gone too far. I was like, it's bad enough they're keeping us up at the weekend to, like, know that there's no one in the household looking, like, after these minors who are very clearly drinking and doing substances. The police were more than happy to know where all the local troublemakers were going at the weekend, so get fucked, bitch! Anyway, it was a whole thing. Alright, I'm gonna finish this up because my hips are hurting from sitting on the floor for so long. I've also been streaming for 4 hours and I've got to upload my VODs. Oh yeah. Can't kids have fun anymore? Bitch, they were doing property damage. I would like to stress that we had double glazed windows. Like, they weren't gonna, like, damage our windows by throwing eggs at them, but you didn't want a chance at kind of thing. And had they missed and it gone straight down in the conservatory where it was single pane glass that was really old and falling apart, right? By the way, I call it conservatory. It was, like, not a conservatory, but if it had hit that and smashed, she wouldn't have been too happy about the fact that she would have had a bill to pay. She also built an extension on her house that looked right into my bedroom window without permission. It was that bitch. So her challenging me was like, be careful, because if I take you to court over that extension, you're not gonna be too pleased when they order you to rip it down. Whatever. Well, if that's considered fun, I'll be blasting Black Sabbath under your fucking window and throw eggs when you complain. Dude, honestly, she doesn't live there anymore, and I don't live there anymore. She didn't stay there for very long. They moved very shortly after. Because the cunt was on her fucking 4th marriage at that point and had just gotten divorced, and the guy wanted his half of the house. Oops. Sorry, hen. I don't mind talking about this. Like, this lady is genuinely, like, I still see her every day. I work with her. She is, like, not a nice person, but and it's not just to me. She is quite nasty to other people. She's literally bullied someone out of the workplace, but the problem is she's really good mates with, like, she's best friends with our, like, warehouse, like, owner, essentially, like, the person who runs the entire place. So she gets pretty much, like, handed everything on a silver platter. She's literally bullied people out of there before. She is not a nice person. So... She's also a boomer, so I'm not worried about her coming in here. But, like, genuinely, when she moved, I was like, I honestly, like, kind of want to find her house and, like, throw eggs at it and see how she likes it. But the thing is, I wouldn't, because she'd know it was me. But yeah. Oh, they don't live there anymore? They got divorced? Oh my, wonder why! I know, right? It was so, like, her husband, like, he was the nicest guy. And we think there was an affair going on there from her, like, side of things, because she got with someone, and no shade, because I got with Paul quite quickly after my, like, last relationship, but I don't want to go into detail, but there were other reasons. And we think that she was having an affair with someone else we work with, because they got together, like, pretty much we found out she was getting a divorce when they got together. Like, that's what happened. So I think there was an affair going on there. But, like, it was genuinely, like, she's gotten since with the nastiest guy in that warehouse. And it's just, like, really funny to me, because I'm like, wow, that's a match made in hell. Like, they're, like, the nastiest people. Genuinely. Anyway, not gonna lie, there's an epidemic of these kind of people. I think it's just a generational thing, and that's no shade to anyone that's part of her generation. I know some lovely Karens, and I know some, like, really horrific ones. So, you know, it's like, but it's just, like, irony is like, oh yeah, like, whenever I see those Karen things, it's like, I know a Karen. She wasn't a Karen when I first met her, and then she very quickly became a Karen in my life. But ironically, she became a bit of a Karen once I, like, split with my previous partner. But, like, again, that was for other reasons that I needed to split off. But again, I'm not going into that. But yeah, so there's that going on. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna end the stream there. Thank you very much for joining me, guys. I'm so sorry that today was kind of like a bit of a wild ride in terms of, like, information, and, you know, like, I'm over here like, yeah, I've got all these things. I've now got to go and, like, upload my VODs, but I've also got to go and fill in these questionnaires, and I'm just so sick of sitting on the floor at this point. So yeah, I'm gonna raid Mina very quickly, if that's okay, so you guys can go and hang out with her and say hi and give her all the love. But I am just gonna end it here, and yes. Well, all the love in the world, guys. I will see you very, very soon. Yes. Have a good afternoon, Jasper. I hope all the paperwork goes well. Thank you. And Mimi, I will be looking at that milk. I hope you start providing. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for joining me today, and I will see you very soon.